Christmas vacation, as we were enjoying it, we stumbled upon this monstrosity at Twitter, and we felt the need to redraw it, just to test our own repainting skills. So, starting with repairing Eve from Stellar Blade, we decided to fix the broken anatomy, and we decided to make some shortcuts and edits. And also, we had to recolor and fix her outfit because everything is desaturated and she's seriously pale as a corpse. Furthermore, most importantly, we definitely had to fix her horrible horse face, and we decided to re-edit it to look more closer to the original. I have to admit, I really like working on her face, but hey, maybe I just have a good taste for style. I like those in Naughty Dog, seriously. Anyway, as for Eve's hair and her sword, we fixed those up by honestly removing the blur from them and adding more highlights. And overall, we made the whole picture more saturated, and all we did was repair the backgrounds. And that's pretty much it, my dear Moonies. So, do you like the re-edit? And here you go. Here's a comparison. And finally, check us out at our socials. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to see the full picture of our re-edits, check us out on our socials, and all of our social media will be on our All My Links page and Linktree. And don't forget to hit us up on
Moonies.
YouTube.
Yo.
Thank you, Moonies. I'm Moonlight-chan, and see you on the other side of the moon. Bye! Hello and Happy New Year's! It's me, Moonlight-chan, and for this sword, we're starting something new. It's a new special called I Can Draw Better. So, long story short, throughout our Christmas vacation, as we were enjoying it, we stumbled upon this monstrosity at Twitter, and we felt the need to redraw it, just to test our own repainting skills. So, starting with repairing Eve from Stellar Blade, we decided to fix the broken anatomy, and we decided to make some shortcuts and edits. And also, we had to recolor and fix her outfit because everything is desaturated and she's seriously pale as a corpse. Furthermore, most importantly, we definitely had to fix her horrible horse face, and we decided to re-edit it to look more closer to the original. I have to admit, I really like working on her face, but hey, maybe I just have a good taste for style. I like those in Naughty Dog, seriously. Anyway, as for Eve's hair and her sword, we fixed those up by honestly removing the blur from them and adding more highlights. And overall, we made the whole picture more saturated, and all we did was repair the backgrounds. And that's pretty much it, my dear Moonies. So, do you like the re-edit? And here you go. Here's a comparison. And finally, check us out at our socials. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to see the full picture of our re-edits, check us out on our socials, and all of our social media will be on our All My Links page and Linktree. And don't forget to hit us up on YouTube. Thank you, Moonies. I'm Moonlight-chan, and see you on the other side of the moon. Bye! Hello and Happy New Year's! It's me, MoonliightLive, and for this sort, we're starting something new. It's a new special called I Can Draw Better. So, long story short, throughout our Christmas vacation as we were enjoying it, we stumbled upon this monstrosity at Twitter, and we felt the need to redraw it, just to test our own repainting skills. So, starting with repairing Eve from Stellar Blade, we decided to fix the broken anatomy, and we decided to make some shortcuts and edits. And also, we had to recolor and fix her outfit because everything is desaturated and she's seriously pale as a corpse. Furthermore, most importantly, we definitely had to fix her horrible horse face. And we decided to re-edit it to look more closer to the original. I have to admit, I really like working on her face, but hey, maybe I just have a good taste for style. I like those at Naughty Dog, seriously. Anyway, as for Eve's hair and her sword, we fixed those up by honestly removing the blur from them and adding more highlights. And overall, we made the whole picture more saturated, and all we did was repair the backgrounds. And that's pretty much it, my dear Moonies. So, do you like the re-edit? And here you go. Here's a comparison. And finally, check us out at our socials. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to see the full picture of our re-edits, check us out on our socials. And all of our social media will be on our All My Links page and Linktree. And don't forget to hit us up on YouTube. Thank you, Moonies. I'm MoonliightLive, and see you on the other side of the moon. Bye! Hello and Happy New Year's! It's me, MoonliightLive, and for this sort, we're starting something new. It's a new special called I Can Draw Better. So, long story short, throughout our Christmas vacation as we were enjoying it, we stumbled upon this monstrosity at Twitter, and we felt the need to redraw it, just to test our own repainting skills. So, starting with repairing Eve from Stellar Blade, we decided to fix the broken anatomy, and we decided to make some shortcuts and edits. And also, we had to recolor and fix her outfit because everything is desaturated and she's seriously pale as a corpse. Furthermore, most importantly, we definitely had to fix her horrible horse face. And we decided to re-edit it to look more closer to the original. I have to admit, I really like working on her face, but hey, maybe I just have a good taste for style. I like those at Naughty Dog, seriously. Anyway, as for Eve's hair and her sword, we fixed those up by honestly removing the blur from them and adding more highlights. And overall, we made the whole picture more saturated, and all we did was repair the backgrounds. And that's pretty much it, my dear Moonies. So, do you like the re-edit? And here you go. Here's a comparison. And finally, check us out at our socials. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to see the full picture of our re-edits, check us out on our socials. and all of our social media will be on our All My Links page and Linktree. And don't forget to hit us up on YouTube. Thank you, Moonies. I'm Moonlight-chan, and see you on the other side of the moon. Bye! Hello and Happy New Year's! It's me, Moonlight-chan, and for this sort, we're starting something new. It's a new special called I Can Draw Better. So, long story short, throughout our Christmas vacation as we were enjoying it, we stumbled upon this monstrosity at Twitter, and we felt the need to redraw it, just to test our own repainting skills. So, starting with repairing Eve from Stellar Blade, we decided to fix the broken anatomy, and we decided to make some shortcuts and edits. And also, we had to recolor and fix her outfit because everything is desaturated and she's seriously pale as a corpse. Furthermore, most importantly, we definitely had to fix her horrible horse face. And we decided to re-edit it to look more closer to the original. I have to admit, I really like working on her face, but hey, maybe I just have a good taste for style. I like those in Naughty Dog, seriously. Anyway, as for Eve's hair and her sword, we fixed those up by honestly removing the blur from them and adding more highlights. And overall, we made the whole picture more saturated, and all we did was repair the background. And that's pretty much it, my dear Moonies. So, do you like the re-edit? And here you go. Here's a comparison. And finally, check us out at our socials. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to see the full picture of our re-edits, check us out on our socials, and all of our social media will be on our All My Links page and Linktree. And don't forget to hit us up on YouTube. Thank you, Moonies. I'm Moonlight-chan, and see you on the other side of the moon. Bye! Hello and Happy New Year's! It's me, Moonlight-chan, and for this sort, we're starting something new. It's a new special called I Can Draw Better. So, long story short, throughout our Christmas vacation,
arriving at St. John's Church.
All right, yo, Moonies, what's up?
Fist pump, just another symbol for those who are watching. What do you make of this moment right here?
Nah, jeez. That's my cell phone.
Well, I think it's so striking, Stephanie, that St. John's Episcopal Church, it's right across the street from the White House.
So good morning, Moonies, and today we're going to be watching the inauguration of Donald Trump, welcoming his second right.
During some of those
Hail to the chief, he's the one we all say hail to.
At the time. You remember Trump walked from the White House to St. John's.
Excuse me.
He stood outside the church and he lifted a Bible. Sign a show of strength in the moment of a pretty perilous time.
And over to my left, you can see my gotcha, Dixon. I know. This is the only way I can treat it.
Father. You also see.
All right, testing. Sweet. Oof.
So we're going to see a lot of the Trump family members today.
All right, folks, I'm back. Good to see you, and good morning, Moonies. All right, we're going to see Donald Trump's inauguration, and let's hope there aren't any Lee Harvey Oswald imitators, if you know what I mean. Cease.
Yes, and you were mentioning you were
so before the actual inauguration starts, so let's enjoy my gotcha Dixon,
Mike Waltz,
and which is Honkai Star Rail.
St. John's Church, the Church of the Presidents. God bless America, and you can also see Elon Musk also
So
in
until the
attendance
official
for
inauguration
this service
starts,
right here. And we were talking about,
play a little
the
Honkai
tech
Star
giants
Rail and
that are
maybe
going to
enjoy
be
some
at
political
the swearing-in
commentary.
ceremony as well.
And let's have a
Elon
good
Musk,
time,
of course,
folks.
is
Woo!
set to attend
Oh
that.
yeah, I almost forgot.
But we
Mr.
are seeing
Medicare
a
is going to
number
be
of
streaming this
notables
too.
walking
Hope the guy
into
can
St.
do
John's
it.
Church
And
right here.
I can tell he
What we're
sounds a
going to
bit
do
better
is,
too.
it's
So
a little unclear,
another
Andrew,
W
whether
for the
we're going to
Medicare.
actually
Woo!
be able to get a live stream inside the service itself. But this is another exterior angle of St. John's Church right there as President-elect Trump has arrived alongside
That's the
soon-to-be First
smallest
Lady
church I've
Melania
ever
Trump. And as you
seen.
mentioned, a number
It should
of
be considered
family
a
members
chapel.
and other notables. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for just a brief 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. Stay with us.
Oh boy. I wonder if Matt Gaetz is gonna make a speech or something. Oh wait, he's not working in office. I wonder if there's gonna be an actual parade or something. Or would these lefties actually raid the White House? Who knows? Anyway, let's have some fun. Alright, let's see. Multitasking for the win. Woo! Alright, let's do this. Ooh, a new event. Hypogeum Enigma. Tracks of Destiny and get a 4-star character. Oh, sick. Well, cease. Alright, that's cool. Let's see, notices. EP, Allegory of the Cave. I'll watch that later. Let's see. Alright, there goes the Statue of Liberty. Is that George Washington's house or something? Mount Vernon, Virginia. Is that George Washington's house? Or his mansion? Either way, it looks pretty. Man, I like to visit there. Cease. Philadelphia. Alright, let's see. Divergent Universe. Ooh, the new apocalyptic saddle arrives.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this Inauguration Day 2025. I'm Stephanie.
Hi, yellow
Quinn.
lady.
This is a live look right here.
You're already yellow. Why are you wearing a yellow dress?
Beautiful look on this Monday, Inauguration Day 2025.
Are you sure the makeup
In fact,
artist
you can
wasn't
see the
playing
American
tricks on you?
flags draped there along the U.S. Capitol. What is different? Perhaps you can take a look. It is empty. And typically on Inauguration Day, we have hundreds of thousands of folks who are there lining the mall ahead of the swearing-in ceremony, excited to be part of history and to participate in this historic event. That has now changed because
It's
of the
19
frigid
degrees out. It would be
temperatures,
crazy to
the
stay
actual
outside
temperatures
in this
the
type of weather.
20s. The feel-like
Jeez.
temperatures much colder than that, with the winds continuing to pick up. And because of that, the decision was made last Friday to transition the swearing-in ceremony from outdoors to indoors inside the Capitol Rotunda. The second time this has happened, the last time being back in 1985 for former President Ronald Reagan. To talk more on this historic day, I do want to bring back in my colleague Andrew Kraft as we continue. Take a live look right here outside of St. John's Church, where we saw President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect
And here we have
J.D.
President
Vance
Trump
walk
entering
inside,
a not-so-secret
likely
Freemason
not
temple.
Going to be allowed cameras inside as this service gets underway. But you were noting who was actually arriving and going through those doors, Andrew, and it's really the who's who of not only Washington, but really of U.S. business industries.
Why is this news?
Picture of Elon Musk, he's inside there, also members of the Trump family. And this is going to be a different Washington for the next 4 years. A unified government. Republicans will control, obviously, the House and the Senate. Donald Trump is in the White House. And so we'll
You
see
better not ban my
what will be
anime.
on the agenda and whether or not the agenda can get done. You are seeing kind of some of these Republicans
Yeah, I'm aware of the
who usually
Gensen
are hawkish on
condemnation by the
somewhat fall in
FTC.
line on President-elect Trump's
Honestly,
stance
Hoyovers
on
can
TikTok.
pay off
I've
the
only
20
seen a
million,
few
but
Republican
I
senators
do
somewhat
agree they have
break
to
with
make some
the
changes.
president-elect
Keep
on
the
what
kids
to
off
do
my
with
gotcha.
TikTok. So I thought that was interesting. But to your point, we have this really beautiful live picture there of St. John's Episcopal Church. If you're familiar with Washington, it's right across the street from the White House, right across the street from Lafayette Square.
Jeez.
And to your point, Stephanie, on
Multitasking.
Inauguration days, in memoriam, it has been used for the incoming president-elect to, if they are imbued with their personal faith, to reflect, to, ask for God's divine grace and thanks and forgiveness as they embark on this incredibly, extremely
I gotta
weighty
say,
job, the weight of the
was
world.
it really God's miracle that Trump dodged the bullet not once but twice? Who knows?
I thought it was interesting. Obviously, President Biden.
Anyway, I'm kind of having breakfast right now. I'm just eating
so
some
he did
pieces
not
of
do
cheese.
this tradition back in
Like a
2021.
mouse.
He chose instead to participate in a service there at the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle, a really, really beautiful church. For those of our Catholic viewers in Washington, Biden chose that church before getting sworn in back in January of 2021. So, yes, if you are the incoming president-elect, you can choose based on your faith. But this has been a tradition going back many, many decades, I believe even to some of our founding fathers. And
who are also
it is
Freemasons.
Quintessential Washington. It is imbued with history. And you're seeing right now the motorcade posted up outside St. John's there as this service is underway. So you're right, we're not going to get any live pictures inside, but we will see the departure from St. John's.
Oh my fudge, black and white symbolism.
The president-elect and
black and white Freemason symbolism.
And the second lady.
You're so blatant about it.
From that church, I believe, to the White House to meet with the Bidens.
And I also wanted, Andrew, to bring up for our viewers right here some additional information about the St. John's Church. And you mentioned President Biden being of Catholic faith. St. John's is Episcopalian. And just for our viewers right there, just wanted to share some historical information right there. As you mentioned, it is known as the Church of Presidents, as it has welcomed every
I'm not surprised Biden is a Catholic. I mean, he tends to get handsy with children and women.
Talking about the traditions and the history behind every event that we are going to be seeing today, many of them being started by some of those many, many years ago. Not every president has followed every single one of these traditions, some of them making their own tradition. And, as I was, taking a look at some of the history, seeing one of those trivias, which was, JFK being the last president to be sworn in to wear a top hat. So, history being made every single time, there is a swearing in ceremony. And I have to imagine, Andrew, that there is going to be history made. President-elect Trump.
Did you know that the ninth president, William Henry Harrison, he died of pneumonia shortly after his term began because he gave a speech in a very cold winter day. His inauguration speech in the middle of winter. And keep in mind, this was he took the presidency in 1841, I believe. Right?
Yeah, I think
long before electricity was utilized and the microphone was even invented. Really.
By Trump's pen in his hand today, Fox News Digital is reporting that there are scores of them ready to go. And that is what kind of the presidential transition is for, Stephanie. You have a lot of these people who are going to be working with you for the next 4 years. They're incoming White House staff, incoming agency staff. And they have relied on some kind of outside think tanks and nonprofits, conservative ones at that, to help them draft these. So these have been ready to go really for a while. It's not like they're being drafted last minute. And it really runs the gamut on the environment,
Jeez.
on the southern border, and so much more, on the kind of civil and
Trump, you
federal
better fix that
bureaucracy
border.
about
Shit.
what powers the executive has to fire
I mean,
government employees.
Trump, you wouldn't want human trafficking to be done right in America, right?
After the inauguration, after the swearing in, they are ready to go, according to some of our reporting. And that's what a transition is for. But to your point, Donald Trump in 2017, after winning the 2016 election, he vowed to change up the status quo.
Please bring on
His
another
very
Hindu.
election,
He will
was
not
the
divide us.
definition of
Man, I
that.
love those
And
streams.
you can
Shit.
argue, and historians will, on whether he did that in his first term. And so now we're going to see a second Trump term, and you're going to see him partake and pursue some of the policy routes that he didn't necessarily get to in the first term. That is what a second term is for. Obviously, there was an interregnum of 4 years as President Biden and Vice President Harris won that
Totally
election
was it
back
stolen?
in 2020. And so, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see on what is going to be priority number one. But he's going to have a lot of latitude. He's going to have a lot of leeway because he has the House and the Senate to really reshape how things are done here. You know, he created the Department of Government Efficiency already.
I hope they
There's
show
been
some
reporting
leftists
out there
reading
that Vivek
and
Ramaswamy,
screaming or protesting
is
right in the
out
cold.
already at that. And so that was another, remember, feature of the first Trump presidency. A lot of staff shakeups. They really had to get their, you know, steady bearing under them. There was a lot of cabinet resignations. There was a lot of firings. There's just a lot of turnover. And I'm not necessarily sure if you're going to see that this time.
It's so true, Andrew, and it's going to be very interesting, I have to say, as you were mentioning the difference between
I really hope they cut
2017
to
and now. Of course, so much has happened
liberals
in the world.
reading and screaming
You know, it's a different
during the
time
inauguration.
right now.
It'd be
We've
so
been
funny.
seeing a lot of wars, a lot of conflicts,
Capitol
a lot
building.
of different
Woo.
issues arise that perhaps weren't even in existence back 4 years ago. A tremendous amount of change has occurred as we take another live look at the nation's capital, where we see the
Now
American flag there.
Oh, hello,
waving,
Yosemite
in the
sign.
distance. And
Yo,
of
what's
course,
up? Thank you for this.
Winchell, Andrew,
Thanks for visiting the stream,
continuing
bro.
to be a
Woo!
conversation maker as
All right, we're
so
gonna see
much
Trump's second
of what
Reich,
we were
and we're gonna
expecting
see some
today,
leftists
we
have a
were
meltdown.
preparing for,
Woo!
has
Thank you
changed
for
because
visiting.
of the weather,
Woo!
the incredibly cold weather in the 20s.
I
And
gotta
of course, it
say,
feels
I
much
didn't really
colder.
care about
And so,
TikTok being
you know, there
banned.
is not
I
that
mean,
much
really.
pomp and
But it was funny
circumstance. We're
seeing
not
the
gonna be
Zoomers
seeing
melt
the
down.
outdoor
Really.
parade. We are going to be seeing it inside the Capital One Arena. But again, just very different from what I think a lot of people were preparing for.
All right, let's
and
see.
It's not just
And not only that,
physical
Yosemite Sun,
preparement, right?
I'm
We
also
have the
playing
nation,
Honkai
we
Star
have,
Rail too.
President-elect Trump winning the popular vote, the electoral vote. So many people anticipating and waiting for this moment. They've been waiting for years. And unfortunately, many of the people who have made this journey to Washington, D.C., not going to be able to witness it firsthand because it's inside. And I have to imagine a lot
And many
of
people who
disappointed
made
people
this journey
today,
will have to
as well as, of course,
freeze their asses
celebration,
off.
just different for them.
Yeah, you know, I myself have never been or never attended an inauguration, but I would imagine it's just, you know, you really feel the sense of history and the pomp and circumstance when you do travel to Washington, and you get to kind of bask in, you know, how we do this, how we have done this uninterrupted for almost the last 250 years. And just have to note, obviously, the last
250
inauguration,
years.
you know, President
And
Trump
countries
did
older
not
than us are
attend
still
that
asking
inauguration. At the time,
money
Vice
from
President
us.
Pence,
Ain't that a
he
bitch?
attended Biden and
Seriously, why are
Harris's
nations
swearing in
older
here.
than us
So
asking
he is back,
money
and
for
so
us?
that
That's how awesome
uninterrupted
America is,
transition,
dude.
Peaceful transition of power. You've heard it a lot from President Biden in the last couple of days. You heard it a lot from Vice President Harris and incoming President-elect Trump. That is what they are committed to. But I want to go back to this, which I think is interesting. We've been talking about faith and how important faith is to our elected leaders, including and especially the President of the United States. You and I just anchored, of course, special coverage of the 39th President Jimmy Carter's funeral as the nation said goodbye to him earlier this month.
Did you know that Jimmy
faith
Carter was
really
the
big
founder of
part
the Trilateral Commission?
of his life and of his
I
presidency
mean, it's
as well.
practically
And obviously
similar to
question
the World
is,
Economic
what Bible
Forum.
will President-elect Trump
Anyway, hey,
use
Herda.
to be sworn in on? He will
Hey,
use
Big
two
Herda.
Bibles.
I love
He will use his
Remembrance
mother's
Trailer.
Bible
I mean,
and
Trailblazer.
Lincoln's
Sit.
Bible, of course, that was used by Abraham Lincoln in
Cease.
1861. It's been used for, I believe, every modern swearing in the modern presidency. So it is deeply, deeply symbolic of just a prop, an object for the country to see that. But we will see that inside. And I only bring up faith because as we speak right now, inside St. John's Episcopal Church,
All right, gotta change
the
up this
Trumps and the
drink.
Vances
Give him a
are
light cone.
inside.
Let's see.
And this is
Here
a
you go,
tradition. This is a
Aventurine.
custom that has been really since the founding fathers' days, since that church went up there right across the street from the White House. So they're keeping with that tradition. And obviously, J.D. Vance himself, a convert to Catholicism. Donald Trump has talked about his faith in interviews in the past and how it guides
really?
him. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge that. And
Even
note
though I'm
that,
grateful for
because that is a
Trump,
key feature
I wouldn't exactly call him a religious man,
and as we're taking
but
a
whatever.
look at St. John's Church as well as Capitol Hill, you mentioned that, and we were hearing so much of faith. President Biden, of course, is speaking a lot, and he has been known to speak a lot about
Oh,
his
it's already 9
Catholic
o'clock.
faith. And we do,
We already hit the 30-minute
even
mark.
though
Woo!
church and state, of course, are separate, we do also see perhaps the connection, as well as many presidents make faith a tent pole for them as they navigate the ups and the downs of the political world right there. Andrew, I also wanted to share this because, my producer just wanted to share this with us, that New York City Mayor Eric Adams is in line for a potential pardon, and he will be attending President-elect Trump's inauguration. We do know that they met last week.
Still a loser mayor.
And,
Adams.
Mayor Adams, a Democrat, attending. So
All
we
right,
also
come on out, man.
the Democrats and the Republicans perhaps, looking ahead to the future, looking to forge a new path. And everyone who attends the swearing-in ceremony is there for a reason. And so this is also interesting to note as we continue to learn a little bit more about who's going to be at the inauguration. Of course, the inauguration now inside the Capitol Rotunda. So only just 600 people allowed inside, and it does appear.
Did you know that all of the Capitol buildings, the official buildings in Washington, D.C., they form a pentagram when seen from a bird's eye view up in the sky? And not only that, but I've read some rumors of secret tunnels under the White House that the president can escape through. Supposedly, these said tunnels were also utilized for human trafficking in the White House. But hey, who knows? Who knows? Pizzagate is real.
The issue of illegal immigration, including the Israel-Hamas war as well. But interesting to note, yes, one of the nation's biggest cities mayors will be in attendance. You're
political commentary from Moonlight, along with the anime game commentaries.
From the '85 inauguration with President Reagan and First Lady Nancy Reagan at the time, and there was a kind of bird's eye panoramic view of the rotunda. And I don't know if we can pull that up, but definitely looks like
Marco, can you show the bird's eye view of all the official buildings so we can see the pentagram? Seriously, there is a pentagram. A satanic inverted pentagram.
And so that is kind of what I'll be looking forward to, how they came about this so quickly.
Okay, that's the Lincoln Memorial.
A lot of work, a lot of effort going into that. And we'll just have to wait and see.
It is going to be interesting.
Our hey, Roxas6
is going to try and work to pull up the video.
Thank you for joining my stream, dude.
To just show
so Raka, you said the White House has a bunker under it.
But
there's also a dentist in the basement. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe we never know. Why would there be a dentist in the basement?
Moment right there. Another
who
live
cares?
look at
Boop.
the U.S. Capitol, and you can see on the left-hand side of your screen the tree without leaves shaking in the wind, and once again, just a visible reminder as to why all of this is now evolved.
All jokes aside, I would like to visit Washington, D.C.
It's because of
Even
the
though
bitter
I think there's a
cold.
bunch of homeless people
And,
there.
you know, of course, most of
And
these
plus,
swearing-in ceremonies
there
held
are
outdoors for
some
the
areas of
public
Washington,
to
D.C.
attend,
that are
and
completely
so many folks have
ghettofied.
had those tickets in hand.
Let's see,
you know,
Roxa,
ready to
you said
wait in line,
you've heard a
and that
former
has
president
been
talk about needing
drastically,
dentists and getting treatment in the
changed
basement.
right here. But
Weird.
my producer
Weird.
just sharing this with us. This, of course, is from the Republican Party. It says the location may have changed, but crews are already hard at work to ensure a successful inauguration
I would like
and
to
a
visit the
peaceful
White
transfer of
House.
power. So this is a look right there at walking up the steps, walking into the Capitol Rotunda right
The location
there.
may have
and
changed,
to your
but
point,
crews
Andrew,
have
gives us
already
a
worked to
better
ensure a successful
idea
inauguration
about, you know, the capacity
and a peaceful
of
transfer of
this.
power.
You know,
Sure,
and
I
I don't know
do.
if you know this, Andrew, but you
Sure,
know,
hope nothing
no doubt
happens
people
here.
are going to be
Really?
able to be seated, but I
All
also
right.
have to imagine it
I'm
might be
just joking.
standing room only, as so many people.
Let's see, you've seen
do
the
want to
outside
make
of the
sure
White
that
House,
they,
but
that they
I don't think he
attend
was
today's historic
in and at that time.
swearing-in ceremony.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, you know, who is seated or standing where. Obviously, that's a much easier to
Can we
do
please
on the
cut
dais,
to fat leftist
outside,
having a meltdown,
in the
please?
front of the U.S.
I
Capitol,
mean, it would
'cause
be
you
a bit
can
more
see it very,
entertaining
very
than
clearly.
watching a
But we're
slideshow
gonna
of
see
the
a
Capitol
jam-packed
buildings and the
Rotunda,
official
and
buildings.
it'll be interesting to see who is seated next to who or standing next to who, and who gets that prime placement in front of the cameras here.
If I
Of
wasn't
course,
playing
a
Honkai
big
Star
kind of
Rail right now,
storyline in
I
all
think
this,
I'd probably
Stephanie,
be
is,
rating
you know,
Hassan.
who's not attending today. You and
Seriously.
I have discussed that. We discussed that on Friday. The AP reported
Bet that
last week
loser's
former
having a
First Lady
meltdown.
Michelle Obama will not be there. We also know it was reported that former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi won't
on,
be there.
Herta.
Some of these other prominent Democrats like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Sweet.
She came out on Instagram Live just over the weekend saying that she would not be there as well. So
In
I
terms
think
of
it's
the
interesting, to your
culture,
point,
I've
to
noticed
just
that
say who
wokeness
will
is
and
just
who won't be
disappearing,
there.
like
I'm
in a
always looking
huge
for that.
flash.
It is going to be
But
interesting.
in
the
all
who's who,
honesty,
so to speak.
this woke,
And
anti-woke
Andrew, we are going to
culture
step away
war
for a 2-minute
is pretty
break, but after that,
artificial,
we do want
if
to
you
bring
ask
in
me.
presidential historian
But in the
Jim
grand,
Rovenal
in the
to
grand
talk
scheme of
more
things,
about the historic
all you can
events
do
that
is
we are going to be seeing,
protect yourself,
and
protect your
counting
loved
it when it
ones,
comes to
and,
looking ahead, but
well,
also
don't put your trust in
looking behind,
politicians.
because
Never
you
put
know,
your trust
the
in man,
present and the
chat.
future are always
Really.
influenced by the past. And we're going to
Always
have
put
that
your faith in God.
interesting
Really.
conversation coming up after the break, Andrew.
Yeah,
We'll be right
even though
back.
I make a few political videos and some political art, I don't really put my faith into politicians. And while we're on the subject, it is pretty funny seeing leftists lose it. But anyway, let's continue this awesome game. Alright, come on, Herta. Woo! Jeez, it's already 9:08 a.m. Jeez. When's the inauguration gonna start? Cease. Dun, 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 dun. There goes the Statue of Liberty. I would like to visit there. I swear, after 9/11, it seems like the people close to me really want to avoid the Statue of Liberty. Frankly, I don't blame them, but still. It's been over 2 decades since any of the official buildings were attacked. Let's see. Is there no public schedule? Not that I know of. I had to look online as to see what time the inauguration would start. It was supposed to start at 9 a.m. But as you can see, nothing's happening. Alright. Come on out, men. Yeah, at least the music's kinda catchy. Oh, what's that blurred area? Wait, that's the USS Silver Sides?
Welcome back to our Live Now from Fox Inauguration Day 2025 coverage as we look ahead to the official swearing-in ceremony of President-elect Donald J. Trump
Hail
and
to the
Vice
chief, he's
President-elect
the one
JD
we all
Vance.
say
I'm
hail
Stephanie Quinn,
to.
and you're taking a live look right here at a very chilly Capitol building right there with the American flags, and you can actually see the stage had been set for the upcoming swearing-in ceremony. Unfortunately, you can also see not a person right there on the mall. Typically, crowds would have already walked
Because
in,
everyone's freezing their
preparing in
asses off in this
anticipation
weather.
for this historic moment because of the weather, because of the dangerously cold temperatures and the wind chill. The swearing-in ceremony is now going to be held inside the Capitol
Okay,
Rotunda.
viewed it.
Just the second time.
Can you film the
last
indoors
time
of the
being
Capitol?
back in
Jeez.
1985 for former President Ronald Reagan's second swearing-in ceremony. And a lot of
Ooh.
disappointed people, as you can
Ronald
imagine,
Reagan's
making
second
the
swearing
journey to
ceremony.
Washington, D.C.
Alright.
to witness this historic moment as President-elect Trump to be sworn in as the 47th president. He was sworn in first 8 years ago as the 45th
dang,
president,
Herta.
so just the second
She's
president
getting her butt
to
kicked.
be elected non-consecutively.
Here we go.
Grover
Come on,
Cleveland, in fact,
Locha.
being the very first president to have that
Seriously,
happen.
why
And
aren't
to
they
give
letting the
more
media film
on this
them
historical
indoors?
perspective, we do
Jeez.
want to bring in Jim Robinault, who is
Don't
a
tell me we're going to see the
presidential
Capitol
historian
building for
and a
hours on
friend
end.
of
Come
Live Now
on.
from Fox. And Jim, we appreciate you taking the time to join us on this Inauguration Day.
All right. Hi, Mr. Jim.
Hi, Andrew. Good to
Oh,
see
wait
you.
a minute. Medicare will
We are
also be
taking a live
streaming
look, Jim,
on
at
the
St. John's
inauguration, and we
Church,
already have a
where
guy named Jim.
President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect JD Vance are inside, along with a number of notables. Andrew and I have been discussing this all morning long in terms of who will be attending, and it is very significant in terms of who is being allowed inside.
Is this
the
a weird
Capitol
security
Rotunda,
detail not allowing cameras
to
in?
witness this historic moment,
Maybe
because
it's for
these are a
posterity,
select few,
or they just want to get
handpicked by
ready.
President-elect Trump.
Honestly,
What do
I
you
wouldn't
make
blame them.
of those who we
You gotta
know
look perfect for
will
the
be in
camera.
attendance, Jim?
It's like they say,
Well, I
the
think that,
camera adds 10
it's
pounds
a
to
very
you.
small space, actually. And I told Andrew last week that if you go back and watch the inaugural of Reagan in 1985, everybody is standing. It looks like that's what's going to be the case here, so they can get more people in there. If they had chairs, it'd be even less. I think they estimated about 1,000 people made it into
You know,
Reagan's
I've heard a lot of people
inaugural
complain
inside the
about
Capitol.
Reaganomics,
If they had chairs,
and
it'd probably be only about 600
some people hate Ronald
So
Reagan,
it's a
but
very confined space.
I don't
and
know.
I
The
understand
guy
that they're
kind of comes
using
off as pretty cool.
the hall,
Granted,
the
I
great
need to
hall
do more
that's just been
research.
built in front of the Capitol.
In terms of Jimmy Carter,
entrance to the
he
Capitol
kind of comes
for
off as
overflow,
unremarkable
for
in
1,800
comparison to
guests
Ronald
who will be
Reagan.
there.
And Jimmy
It's a
Carter
beautiful
wasn't
space,
as
but it's not
scandalous
like
as
being
Bill
there in
Clinton, but
person. So
still.
it's going to be a very
It's
intimate
my
affair.
opinion, and I need to
And
do
I
more
think
research
in
on him.
Reagan's case in
And like I said
1985,
earlier,
it did,
Jimmy Carter
provide
was
a
the
nice
founding member
backdrop for
of the
him
Trilateral
inside the
Commission,
Capitol, with
which is
all
very
these people standing
suspicious.
around and
All
standing
right,
next to each
the
other as
Trilateral
he
Commission,
gave
very
his
similar
speech.
to the World Economic Forum. So, meh.
You know, I just wanted to bring up, we do have some reporting in,
Wow.
if we could take the shot
Oh
outside
wow,
St.
that
John's
is beautiful.
Church. Bloomberg is
Dang.
reporting
I
some
really
of those
would like to
who
visit the
are
White
in
House
attendance
someday.
with the president-elect and the vice president-elect. I'm learning, and they're learning. Mark Zuckerberg is there. Jeff Bezos is there.
Really?
Tim Cook is there. The TikTok CEO, Xiao Chu, is there. Also,
Really?
Argentinian
Really?
leader Javier Milei
A bunch
is there,
of
and the former
leftists?
UK Prime Minister Boris
And
Johnson.
Javier
among those
Milei's going to be there
attendants
too?
for the service
Weird.
there. Jim, good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. I know it's early.
It's kind of weird
I
a bunch of
gotta ask,
leftists
because
will
I
be
was- I don't
there,
wanna
but
belabor this
like I
point
said
here today
before,
because
this
it's
whole
about
woke
Donald Trump's
culture
inauguration,
nonsense is
but
pretty
we have
much
to ask you
manufactured.
what President Biden just issued about 2 hours ago, preemptive pardons for a slew of Trump critics. Now, in just about an hour's time, Biden and
Boom.
Trump will be in the same car together.
Damn
They'll
it.
be exchanging pleasantries. And he just delivered this parting shot to his longtime political rival. And we can
No,
get
sit.
into what a preemptive pardon is, if any presidents have ever done
Oh,
that.
sit,
What do
heard
you
up,
make of
fudge.
that this one last final barb to a political foe he delivered with hours left.
Honestly, you need to
as
start
president.
over.
Well, it's interesting, Andrew. I mean, the pardon power is a really important part of our history.
They have to ride
If you go
together.
back
Who
to the
all?
beginning of the country,
Yeah,
there
they
was a
probably have
rebellion
to.
in the country by
Let's
people
see.
who had served in the Continental Army who were not getting their pay and whose homes were being, taken from them. It was called Shays Rebellion. That rebellion led to the need for a constitutional convention in our Constitution.
Say it was a
It brought
total
George
faggot,
Washington
really.
out of retirement
From
and back
what I've
into,
read from Che
political
Guevara,
life.
under his
So
rule,
that rebellion was
kids
much
didn't
about
didn't even know how to read.
trying to quell
What kind of
people who had
revolution
been
is that?
violent, who had stormed
Cease.
courthouses to stop court proceedings and so forth.
All right,
And
Biden,
that's why the pardon
just
power was put into
just
our
calm down, eat your
Constitution, was
pudding,
to allow a
and enjoy the
president
retirement home.
to calm the
Seriously, there needs to be an age
take the
limit
temperature
for
down,
presidency.
to end something that could be, a very
I mean,
dangerous
Dianne
rebellion
Feinstein,
against
she worked in there till
the
she
nation
died at
itself,
the age of
and
90.
pardon people
What
like
the fudge?
Colonel Shays or Captain Shays. That power also was shown at the end of the Civil War with the general amnesty that was issued to the Confederate soldiers. And there was actually an act of Congress under the 14th Amendment for that. Then you get to, the First World War, and Warren Harding very courageously
Oh, did
gave a
you know the
pardon to
Rothschilds
Eugene Debs, who
funded
was
both sides of
a,
the
a
World War?
socialist
No, wait, that
leader
was the
who ran
Civil
for
War.
president 4
Shit.
times. He ran
But I wouldn't be
against Harding
surprised if the
in the
Rothschilds
election
were
of 1920.
funding both sides of the
And
World
Harding
War One
gave
too.
him, commuted his sentence. He had been put in jail for speaking out against the war. And many considered him a traitor for doing that, but a lot of people felt that was just First Amendment right to protest against a war. And when Harding did that, his entire
True.
cabinet was not in favor of it. His wife was not in favor of it. But the point was to try to settle things and heal wounds. So we saw it with Nixon. We saw it with Carter with the Vietnam vets.
Tricky dick.
It's a power that is used at moments like this. And it's to be compared to, what Donald Trump has said he's going to do with the January 6 people when he gets into office.
Dude.
So
Trump, free
it's a
the
very important
J6
power,
people.
actually, and
Cease.
it's important to
Do
try
it,
to put
dude.
some disputes in the past and not keep
And build up
fighting
that
about
wall
things
too.
that
Man,
just
that
will
carpet
go
is
on
red.
and on. Long history, long answer to that, but that's the history of the pardon power, and it's absolute under the Constitution.
Oh, now I gotta heal, ma'am.
Jim, I just wanted to let
thanks,
our viewers
Locha.
see this live look right here as we do see President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcome in Vice President Harris and a second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, right there as they are also preparing to participate in this
Oh, dang,
swearing-in
Kamala's
ceremony,
there
of course,
too.
having that farewell ceremony as well.
Imagine
We
have
see
to stay
them,
next to president you lost to.
standing
Massive
at attention.
L.
And I also want to bring in this,
Is that
Jim,
Chuck
because there's the
Schumer?
political
Oy
dynamic
vey.
that we're going to
Looks
see
like a
at
Tel
play
Aviv
today right here as
phone
well.
book in here.
And
Oy vey.
even in the same party, you take a look at this and you see President Biden really being forced out by his own party, and then Vice President Harris tapped to take on President-elect Trump. And we see this, we're also going to see
Awesome.
this at play, during the swearing-in ceremony, as we also talk about who will be there and, of course, who will not be there. And we do know that Michelle Obama will not be in attendance. She wasn't at the funeral
Of
service
course.
for former President Jimmy Carter.
Now, Michelle
Also
Obama
not
couldn't attend because
attending
this place
the
is already
swearing-in
more of a sausage
ceremony.
fest.
And
Back to you,
that's getting
John.
a lot of chatter. What can you make of that, Jim? What can you share with us in terms of that perspective?
Well, again, if you look
Yikes.
at our history, we've had, I think, 4 different presidents who have not attended their successors' inauguration, all the way back to 1801 when John Adams, the second president, refused to attend the ceremony for Thomas Jefferson in 1801. A very bitter campaign. And Adams got up at 4 in the morning and left the Capitol. Rather than attend. His son, John Quincy Adams,
I wonder,
did
will they
not
bring up
attend,
William Henry
when Jackson
Harrison?
came in too.
Good night,
Another
President.
cantankerous time. What I would point out is, I think we ought to look back.
Ew,
Reagan's
nice side of the White
inaugural,
House.
his very first inaugural, when he defeated Jimmy Carter. Again, bitter campaign. Carter was bitterly disappointed. Reagan got up and he started his inaugural by saying that, the orderly transfer of authority as called by the Constitution routinely takes
second
place
phase,
as it
Honkai
has
Star
for almost
Rail.
2 centuries. And few of us stop to think about how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. In the very next statement, he spoke to Carter, calling him Mr. President. I want the nation to know how you've helped me in this transition of power.
Boom.
That is
Bingo.
is something that we should
right,
not
let's
take for
see.
granted. It's good that President Biden and that Vice President Harris are going to be attending. It's very important that they do that. For his own reasons, Donald Trump did not attend 4 years ago, but
Of
we need to
course.
reestablish that and keep that as the peaceful transfer of power in our government, or we don't have much of a government. But it's good to look back at somebody like Reagan, who was very gracious about it, very gracious with Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter before him had been very gracious with Gerald Ford after Watergate, who had pardoned Richard Nixon, by the way, and one of the reasons he didn't win. So
Tricky Dick.
as I see it, it's important that the president and vice president attend. Other people like Michelle Obama can make their own decisions. I would prefer that she would come rather than have the distraction, but it's definitely her decision about what to do. As I understand it,
Considering
President
Nick Fuentes
Obama
is
gonna
a
be
total
attending.
Fed,
So
I wouldn't be
this is
surprised
an
if he
important
tried to
point and an
enter into
important moment
politics in
our
the near future.
constitutional government, and
Well,
really,
we have to wait
see
till
a
that
lot
midge
of
is 35
grace
years
by
old.
many people who have gone through this, and
If
we
that
also
were to
see
happen, I
others
would
who
eat
have
crow.
decided not to attend. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, it's no stranger to anyone that it's hard to lose. It's hard to lose on such a public stage as a U.S. presidential election. I want to talk, though, with you about the inaugural address, and we can maybe get into what your favorite inaugural address is as the presidential historian. Mine is Lincoln's second inaugural here. But what will Trump say today? Will he, like Reagan, give a nod, give some words in his speech to both Biden and Harris in some show of grace? I'll be looking for that. Because obviously that portion in his first inaugural back in 2017, the
I'm not
American
doing well
Carnage
in
section, a lot of people infamously remember
apocalyptic
that.
shadow.
But he's saying his speech is going to be one of unity today.
One
And
of
I also
unity.
wanted to share with our viewers, Andrew,
Oh, is
Jim,
that
before you
Melania?
answer that, it does appear that
Yikes.
President-elect Trump
Kind of
is
resembles
departing
Oppenheimer
now.
with that hat.
St. John's Church, we saw him alongside Melania Trump exiting the church. It does seem as though the service has wrapped up. They're walking hand in hand right there, and he's smiling to the crowd. Thank you, he says, mouthing those words and walking into
Well, okay, all joking aside, that is a classy
the
look from
escort
Melania.
right there, the convoy. You know, and I just wanted to share that with our viewers as we continue to take a live look. But, you know, Andrew was sharing some of his favorite, inaugural speeches. You know, do you have one?
Yes. I mean, if you look at inaugurals, Andrew, as you've said, the message of unity is what's most important. And you see it again and again. A lot of these inaugurals are a genre that, follows kind of a pattern. The president starting off humbly thanking the voters, essentially saying, I'm not sure I'm up to the task, as George Washington famously said in his very first inaugural. And then going through and saying, as Thomas Jefferson did in 1801, this dispute with Adams, he said, then we are all Federalists, we are all Republicans, meaning we're all Americans. And after hard campaigns, a president needs to unify the country because the president's going to be governing the entire country. And so that's a very important message. I've seen that Trump is intending to talk about unity. Actually, if you look back at his speech, the American Carnage speech from 4 years ago, he actually did talk about unity there too. And so it is a really important message. But if you ask me, what are the important
Mr. Secret
inaugurals?
Service agent. Did you have any coffee today?
Jefferson's, and then I agree with Andrew, both of Lincoln's, but especially Lincoln's second inaugural, which was very important. Again, the country then torn apart by war, and 600,000 Americans losing their lives, huge change in the country politically, and Lincoln chose
Coming out,
that
man.
occasion to say, with
All right, let's
malice
see.
towards
Right,
none, with charity for all, let us bind up our wounds. That's the kind of message that you need to have after you've had a rough and tumble time, and especially when you've had, such a severe war. The other two that I really like are Franklin Roosevelt's 1933, The Only Thing We Have to Fear is Fear Itself,
Yeah.
where he tried to calm the nation in the midst of this Great Depression. And it was a
Even though
really
JFK cheated on his
important
wife
message that calmed the
when an
fears in
MK
the country,
Ultra
that,
victim,
banks
Marilyn
closing and
Monroe.
things like that. It was a really difficult time.
I'm not
His
joking.
message was one of fortitude and, bucking up the American people. And then my absolute favorite actually is JFK's 1961 inaugural, when he talked about, you let the torch be passed to us, and then we need to be a country of service. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. It's a wonderful, beautiful speech, very well put together,
Yes.
beautifully delivered. On a
I
day
wonder
not
if
unlike
JFK
today, it
had
was about
survived, would
22
he have
degrees. You can see
made
the
changes over welfare?
and Kennedy got up, no hat, no overcoat,
Probably.
and gave this very
Let's see. Hello,
sturdy
Professor
speech
Meta. Thank you for
that
joining
is,
the stream.
worth
Woo!
watching, and I
Hopefully
think
Trump falls
considered
over.
one of
I
the
don't
top
think
2 or
so.
3
I
inaugurals.
mean, and Trump is more coordinated. Seriously.
Jim, I also wanted to ask, too, because we are in 30 days of mourning as a country in the wake of the death of former President Carter.
Who the hell cares about Carter?
The guidance and the order
I mean,
for all
maybe
American
if you're a
flags on federal
boomer or
buildings
Gen
to be
Xer.
lowered to half staff. But in the last couple of days, you've heard from Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. You've heard from some Republican governors like Greg Abbott, like Ron DeSantis, and others saying that for today, the American flag should be raised back to full staff. On some state houses, that is going to happen. But we're learning, according to some reports, that Speaker Johnson also had ordered that for the U.S. Capitol. But some reports saying right now that the staff, the crew, are trying to bring it back to full staff, but the cords are frozen because it is so cold. I wanted to ask, though, was there a previous time when the nation was under a 30-day period of mourning for a former president or whatever during the time of an inauguration? Can you think of one? Is that unique?
I wonder what will happen when Bill Clinton finally kills over.
We today, Trump will become the 47th.
I just hope we get more info from him
but we've had
about why he was on Epstein Island before Clinton kills over.
Every consecutive POTUS,
would Hillary go so far as to kill her own husband just to silence him?
Swearing in ceremonies.
You've all seen those
and then
Epstein
we have this
pictures.
work of
You know what I mean, chat?
several, presidents who died in office. And those presidents, there was an immediate transfer of power to the vice presidents in those situations. And in, Nixon's resignation, the transfer to Gerald Ford. So when those presidents died in office, and you would have had, the flags at half-mast, the transfer of power had already happened. There was no real inaugural speech. There was no inaugural ceremony other than the giving of the oath to the vice presidents under these
Trump, Epstein,
dire
and Clinton had a
circumstances. It was done in various places, by the way. It wasn't just in the Capitol. Calvin Coolidge, when
So,
he took
Professor
over
Meta,
after
you're
Harding
just here for the
died,
chaos?
his father swore him in.
God only
in
knows what
Vermont.
will happen at this
And several times when
inauguration.
that sort of thing happened,
All joking
an
aside,
emergency
I wanted to go
presidency, if you
safely.
will, those would be followed by some public ceremony on the East Portico. So to answer your question, I don't think this has ever happened before where we've had the death of a former president or a president that resulted in flags being flown at half staff during an inauguration. It would have been during the time
I keep
of,
mentioning it.
emergency.
Carter was the founding
LBJ
member of the
down in
Trilateral
Dallas. He
Commission.
was sworn in on
Very
Air
suspicious.
Force One.
Very similar to the World
interesting
Economic
trivia question
Forum.
there.
Nothing is going to
The person
happen.
who swore LBJ
Yeah.
was Sarah Hughes, who
This
was
inauguration
a
will be
district court
safe.
judge who had been appointed by Kennedy and was, a friend of LBJ's. He waited for her to come out. The only woman to ever
Do you want to know what
administer
LBJ
the
said
oath
during his
of
speech?
office.
Well,
And so you see that famous scene.
the reason why
What's
so
really
many
interesting to
so
me,
many
'cause I
black
wrote in
people
my
are
book, January
Democrats is
1973,
because of
that
probably
she's the one who
LBJ
gave
and his
that,
welfare program.
administered that oath. She was later
The quote from
judge who decided Roe
LBJ,
v.
he
Wade
mentioned, I'll have
in the
those
lower
niggers
court.
voting Democrat for the next
And
200
Wade was
years.
the guy who was the
And look where
prosecutor
we
who
are
brought
now.
Oswald out. Henry Wade. So kind of a strange quirk. And then Roe v. Wade is issued on January 22, 1973. Later that
fuck
day,
Roe
Roe
v.
v. Wade is
Wade.
decided in the Supreme Court.
Biggest child
And later that
sacrifice
day,
ever.
Lyndon Johnson dies. So there's a lot of real interesting connections to that story.
Allah Akbar.
You know, I think when you look at where the country is in terms of mourning
Locha,
a
Hewlett
president or a
Rappa.
former president, I don't think that's ever happened before. And I think that, you know, to me, this issue is one that is not worth much fighting about. It is what it is. And, you know, it's symbolic.
And people
to some
say
people,
Rappa's a bad
so be it.
character. Come on,
But
he's
I think
pretty
it is the
cool.
law that you have to keep them at half staff.
And now we're taking a live look as President-elect Trump is arriving at Blair House. This is really
Blair
just
House?
the stepstone, if you will, before he arrives at the Capitol Rotunda. And Jim, you were sharing with us in terms of previous inaugural speeches and previous significant events. As a historian, of course, you know, typically you take a look at the past, but you're also viewing what is happening in real time through that historical lens. And I'm curious for you, when you're taking a look at the historic events unfolding before our very eyes, before the nation, before the world, you know, what are you most focusing on today?
Yeah, Stephanie, it's a good question. I think that given what President Biden did this morning, this day will be remembered for pardons. Both the pardons that Biden issued and the pardons that President Trump has said he's going to issue. And
here's some
we're still
footage
not
of
sure
a
whether it's going to be
long,
a blanket
boring
pardon for
train of
everyone who was convicted
vans and
of
cars
January
heading for the
6th
White House.
crimes, or if it's going to be select people. But you know,
I know the president is old, but do we really need the ambulance to come?
And I think people will put a lot of context around it, because it
Call
will
the
be
ambulance. He
on
needs
the
some
Democrat
milk.
side, they will say, you know, we needed to do this because people were being threatened with political prosecutions. And on the Republican side, they're going to say, well, you politically prosecuted President Trump and these people who were protesting in 2020. Really shows a real divide in our country through this mechanism of the pardon
A real divide
power.
in our
And
country,
it's definitely going to be the thing that we're going to remember.
which wasn't completely manufactured at
You know,
all.
that, you know, the people who write these speeches
Dang,
for
Barron Trump looks like his dad.
spend a lot of time looking at
And he's taller than his dad, too.
inaugurals. And it is interesting to go back and look at them. They're real points in time. But if you look at some of the people who wrote their inaugurals before they had speechwriters per se, James Garfield in 1881, who was a college president, just a genius in math, Civil War general, and he won in 1881. He would then be assassinated 6 months later, but he could not, he had writer's block. He could not write it out, and he had nightmares about it. And finally, he had a dream that kind of provoked him into writing what he was going to write. But it's a really important historical document that sets the nation in a point in time, but it also looks back. Most of these inaugurals reference George Washington in some way or another. Most of them reference the founding fathers. Most of them, like President Reagan, reference the miracle of the transfer of power, the peaceful transfer of power in this country. And then, of course, they talk about where they are and what they want to do. They don't necessarily talk about down nitty gritty
Second
policy.
node,
It's more principles
apocalyptic
of where
shadow.
they want to take the nation and what they want to do. And you know, that was true of
Damn, that carpet's
Trump's
bright
first
red.
inaugural. That was true of Biden's inaugural. This whole idea of talking about broad principles and ways that you want to lead the nation. So it's an important time, an important document, an important marker for our country, and it's worthwhile going back and reading a number of these inaugural addresses to really get a feel for how the country got through very difficult times, how the country got through very good times, and how we
Starting good with
progressed
Acheron.
and
Come
moved
on.
forward as a nation.
Boop.
And moving forward, we were just sharing with our viewers, Jim,
Thank you,
more
Twink.
individuals leaving, departing St. John's Church. We were seeing Barron Trump, obviously the youngest
Wow, we already
son
hit the 1 hour
of
mark.
President-elect
Woo!
Trump, along with a number of his other family members. And right here, we do see Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff welcoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. And so it does appear as though perhaps they're having a conversation. So I did want to raise the audio for our viewers to see what we can hear.
Great.
Oh, there's J.D. Vance, the race mixer. I don't really care. The Indians are taking over, sir. Sir, please respond.
The audio just a little bit difficult to hear, but from what we saw with the exchange, Jim, what do you make of this? Obviously, it was an incredibly contentious election cycle, and neither individual really mincing words, or anyone for that matter. When we take a look at this exchange, again, history in the making, what do you glean from that?
It's interesting to me. We've had very few senators become presidents. John Kennedy was one of them. Barack Obama was one, and Warren Harding was one. Very few people come out of the Senate and become president. A lot of them come from the House. A lot of them are governors like Reagan and Carter. But these
Did you guys know that Ronald Reagan started out as an actor?
Kamala Harris
really makes you think,
come out of the Senate tradition, which is a very collegial fight, but then get along type of atmosphere. And you could kind of see it in the way they greeted each other. There was grace there on both sides. And I think that that's an important message for the American people, that we can disagree vehemently about policies and about all sorts of things that are really important to us. But at the end of the day, just like those senators have to get along in their legislating for the American people, those two showed that they have Senate blood in them, so to speak, that they both are willing to be collegial and to speak to each other as human beings and as fellow politicians. So I was pleased to see that. I was pleased to see the smiles, and I think it's an important message for the American people.
And I also wanted to share, Jim.
Andrew Kraft here. So talking about their Senate careers, they weren't in the Senate for very long, Harris nor Vance at all. So they didn't necessarily
And Harris did nothing
to,
of value.
Show maybe their legislative bona fides.
During her term,
they were
seriously.
really instantly catapulted to the White House, so to speak, weren't they?
Yes, it's a good point, Andrew. I'm not sure they overlap with each other. I don't think they did. I think she was vice president.
They didn't, no.
Yeah, when he was elected. I'm from Ohio.
Seriously,
so I know
what the
J.D.
Harris
Vance.
did during
I
her
don't know him personally, but I
term.
know about him. And, I know that when he was in the Senate, he didn't have enough time to really establish himself, as you've said. She kind of established herself when she was doing essentially cross-examination of Supreme Court justice candidates and also on a banking committee. So she was known for being she's a former prosecutor, and she was known for that, in her time in the Senate. She had a little more time there than he did. But if you look at J.D. Vance, it's an interesting thing. Ohio, along with Virginia, claims the most presidents. And the Virginia presidents all came early on: George Washington, Monroe, Madison, Jefferson, and so forth. And then we had the Civil War. And from the Civil War until Warren Harding in 1920, Ohio ruled the presidency. It was Grant, Hayes, Garfield, McKinley, Taft, just a slew of Ohioans. And Ohio became known as the mother of presidents, because many of those people were born in Ohio, but not necessarily, like Grant ran from Illinois. But Ohio was known as a swing state. It was known as a heart of the country type
Why are so many things
state
happening
where,
in
you know, people from
Ohio?
both sides
Remember back in
would share
2023
power back and forth.
when New
It's become
Palestine
very
was,
red at this point. It's become very ruby red at this point. The Ohio
well,
legislature
when a
is
train collided in New
supermajority
Palestine
Republican.
and the water was
And
polluted?
we, you know,
And
we
then
now
there's
have two
Springfield,
Republican
Ohio,
senators because Sherrod Brown
where the
just
Hastings
lost
were supposedly eating
his
the cats and
election,
dogs.
re-election
Why are so many
campaign.
things happening in
So
Ohio?
he
It
came
really
out
makes you
of that
think.
milieu, which is a little bit different from the former Ohio presidents who came out of a milieu where there was more of a give and take in Ohio and a division, pretty equal division in the state. It's why it was a bellwether state for, you know, over 100 years. But all of those Ohio presidents were Republicans. They were in the tradition of Lincoln. They were in the tradition of, you know, reconstructing the South and so forth. A lot of interesting
The
stories
South,
about them.
the
And so J.D. Vance falls into
South
that. I
will
think we
rise
have
again.
one vice president who is from Ohio, but it'll be interesting to see what he gets
Can we
to
listen
do,
to the
how
choir?
he's included
Cease.
in the,
Jeez.
you know, the decisions that are made in the next 4 years. Jimmy Carter started the tradition with Mondale of bringing him into the Oval Office and giving him an office in the White House and consulting with him regularly. And that's been more or less true, but I think it'll be interesting to see. Donald Trump is such a dominant leader, and J.D. Vance has so little experience, relatively speaking. It'll be interesting to see how much he's included and what task he's given, you know, by the president, or if he'll be less of an authority than in the past. So very interesting questions to come.
And it's interesting that you bring that up, Jim, because, you know, talking about the role of the vice president during former President Jimmy Carter's funeral, we were hearing the words of the late former Vice President Mondale, and talking about the reason why he accepted was because he wanted the role of the vice president to be one that was respected, one that was more equal than in years past. And it is going to be interesting to see what that dynamic is like and what role J.D. Vance will play as we continue to take a look outside of Blair House.
J.D. Vance better not institute those H-1B visas.
To depart momentarily. And
I don't care if he's married to a cow lover. Come on.
That is an aerial view from inside the Capitol Rotunda. Just a stunning view as we take a look. And previously, there were some singers. It does look like perhaps the ceremony, that portion of it has concluded as we do see people exit right there, but just sharing with our viewers the different vantage points as we continue to watch in real time the events unfold. But it is absolutely interesting to see the very beginning almost, Jim and Andrew, of what is to come in the next 4 years, you know, setting the stage for what is likely to be a very different presidency. And you were mentioning the dynamic and the role, you know, couching that in historical context with previous dynamics and relationships between former presidents and their vice presidents. You know, Andrew, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what unfolds.
Yeah, that's so true. I just have to know, we do see Marine One there in front of the Capitol. That's always a very, very cool shot there. Maybe we could take that full. You see
You gotta admit,
presidential
those
helicopter
little
there,
brownstones,
in front of the U.S. Capitol.
they're pretty cool.
And so we'll see.
Oh, yo, Sing Yang Gang.
Who gets on
Yo,
that.
welcome to the stream,
I
dude.
believe it will take the
Yeah,
Bidens,
we rock. We're here to watch the
away, and then it
president.
will also take
Trump
the
take his
Trumps to
second
the
right.
White House.
Woo!
But my producers can correct me if I'm wrong on that front. Can we take the shot of
Oh, and
House?
also enjoy some
While we got
Honkai Star
Jim,
Rail, too.
can we just
Woo!
talk about the
Thank
significance
you,
of
dude.
Blair House? From
Woo!
my understanding, it's kind of like the country's guest room, so to speak. What do we know about it?
Yeah, what we know is that during the Second World War, when Winston Churchill came to the United States and stayed for weeks
You need to do
on
some
end
research
in
into
the White
Winston
House with Franklin
Churchill.
Roosevelt. Eleanor
I
Roosevelt was
mean, the
not very
guy
happy
sounds
about that.
pretty cool. I don't know.
And eventually she said to him, why don't we have Blair House, which had been there, become
Blair
kind of our guest
House.
house for
Blair
dignitaries
White.
who come rather than having them stay in the
What a
White House. There are these
coincidence.
hilarious stories of Winston Churchill walking around the White House in the middle of the night. And there's one very famous story of him standing up naked in a bathtub that
Are there
he was
any
in,
lefties
saying the
protesting?
Prime Minister of
Just
England has
curious.
nothing to hide from the President of the United States. It was just, it was a real annoyance to Eleanor Roosevelt. So Blair House became kind of this very famous place for distinguished guests to stay. But during Truman's time, the White House was literally falling apart. And so they went in, you ought to see some of the pictures of this. They gutted the White House during Truman's administration, and he lived across the street in Blair House during that time. So it became kind of the White House
What's
itself.
so great about the Blair House?
Then they recreated the White House to what it is now. But it was literally, they were worried that it was going to collapse because it had been so weakened over time. And during that time when Truman was in the Blair House, there was a Puerto Rican nationalist uprising at the time. And there were several of the Puerto Rican nationalists who got guns, came to Blair House to try to assassinate Truman. They got as far as the guards in front of Blair House. Truman was actually taking a nap inside. Several of the guards were killed. The nationalists were killed. It was a really traumatic incident at that time. But the Blair House goes way back. I mean, the people who stayed there and came over to see Lincoln when he was in,
can we get on with the show?
the White House is interesting. But it
Are
really
people
became
still preparing in the White House?
A kind of let's have our visitors stay in the Blair House as opposed to having them stay in the White House.
And who gives a damn about the Blair House?
We're still waiting for President-elect Donald Trump to depart, but this is a live look there at the Capitol where we were seeing his daughter, Ivanka Trump, arrive along with a number of other family members right there. This is a live look as they already are starting to trickle
all
in
of Trump's
inside the
children are
Capitol. You see Eric
Jewish.
Trump right there as well, walking inside.
All of Trump's grandchildren
of course,
are Jewish.
for President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance to arrive. But another, historical moment in the making, Jim and Andrew, as this is really just the second time that the swearing-in ceremony is taking place inside at the Capitol Rotunda because of the weather, the incredibly cold weather.
How many times they're
going to
keep
also interesting
commenting
to note
on the
is
weather?
that there have been very cold swearing-in ceremonies that have taken place outdoor. And Jim, historically, when we're taking a look at the decision-making process when it comes to whether or not to hold an inauguration, traditionally outside or now shifting inside, what is the thought process historically when it comes to determining, the events and where they take place?
Good question. Very good question. It gives us a chance to talk about this building too a little bit. When the Capitol was built, the very first building was the Senate building.
Can you please tell us about the secret tunnels under the White House?
Right there.
At the very least, disprove them. It's much more interesting than the freaking Blair House.
The middle part that will be the rotunda. The original rotunda had a cap to it that was much, much smaller than the one you see. In fact, the one you see was built during the time of Abraham Lincoln. You can see pictures of it being constructed during one of his inaugurals. So they built that, and then the house was built on the other side. And then eventually they expanded the two wings, so where the Senate is now is further out, where the House is now is further out. But so in that context, these inaugurations took place in various stages and in various places. The Senate building was originally used as was the House chamber for the very first presidents.
Are you still voting
the
for?
The first time it went outside
what was that guy's name?
Andrew Jackson, and they used the east portico, not the west.
The guy who was meaning to
the
Yang
west
Gang?
portico is where
whatever.
It's been done since Ronald Reagan switched it from the east to the west, where you look down the mall and that beautiful setting that you've shown pictures of. It always prior to that was on the east side, and the east side is where you see those famous pictures of Lincoln when he's giving his second inaugural are on the east side. What's interesting is once they built this huge dome on top of the structure, it really made the pillars that were in front of the east look very small and out of place. So there was a project to redo that, and they took those pillars down. They took that facade down. And if you're in Washington and want to have some fun, those pillars are all in the National, I think, Arboretum. standing like, if you went to Rome and saw ruins and so forth. Those
Thank you,
pillars are out
Wilcha.
there, and they were replaced by new pillars and a new facade. So the facade you see with Lincoln is not the same facade where he spoke. It became much bigger and elaborate. And each president, made a decision about whether to go forward with, the exterior inauguration. When Grant was inaugurated, I think it was for his second time, it was extremely cold. It was like, 16 degrees. And he went out, nevertheless, gave his inauguration outside, but he
You
held
voted for
his
Sang
inaugural
Yang,
ball
obviously.
in a room in the
Well,
Treasury building
yeah,
where it
that
was
too.
so
That
cold,
was over
people were wearing overcoats
2,300 years
and
ago.
the champagne froze. So kind of
All
a
right,
famous,
well, I'm glad to see
famous
you know
time
how to
there. But,
cherish your vote,
being the
Mr.
Civil War
Sang
general
Yang
that
Gang.
he was not going to take it back inside. He held it outside. And then, of course, with Reagan, it was important because by the time you get, to Trump and to Reagan and so forth, you have so many people who show up and who are in danger of having frostbite, or really some bad things can happen in situations in that sort of weather. So I think it was a wise choice to move it inside, just like as
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
with
pretty wise. After all,
President
the ninth
Reagan. But
president died
over
of
time,
pneumonia shortly after
it has been,
giving his inaugural speech
JFK,
in,
it was
in
about the
heavy
same
winter
temperature that it is
weather.
right now, 22 degrees.
You know who the
He
ninth
went ahead
president
with it
was? William Henry
outside.
Harrison.
And I think the better idea is to hold it inside, and then to not have
For
people
anyone
get injured or
unaware,
hurt during an
there's
inauguration.
always a Freemason lodge in every state, in every town, in every city. And I'm not
Yeah, we're
joking.
just
Go on Google Maps
looking at
and
some of
locate
the
your local
arrivals.
Freemason
Again, maybe we
temple.
can
They're everywhere.
listen to some of them here.
So why don't you address the Freemason connections in the White House, Mr. Fox News? Really? The silence? Okay.
Jim, as we take a live look
Around
at
1
the
hour,
arrivals
21
here
minutes,
inside the
and
Capitol
nothing's
Rotunda, I
happened.
want to ask you this, and maybe you know and
Jeez.
maybe you don't, but we are awaiting President-elect Donald Trump to depart the Blair House and make his way here. What's the process during this waiting period? What is he doing? Is he practicing his speech? Is he just relaxing? I mean, what does he do during this downtime? Or is he busy making phone calls, as we do know that, he's set to sign, 200 or so executive orders. Can you
Thank
take
you,
us
Locha.
perhaps inside the Blair
Let's
House as
see.
we do await his
The
arrival
Blair
here?
House.
Well, I doubt he's practiced. I bet
The
he's
Blair
read over his
House.
speech
The
many
Blair
times,
Project.
and he's pretty good at reading speeches. And I think he will.
The Blair Witch
He has good
Project.
delivery. He knows how to give a speech. My guess is he's talking to a lot of different people and getting ready to come over. It's interesting in our history how
Boop,
this, presidents getting to the Capitol to be sworn in.
boop, boop,
The
boop.
first inauguration was in New York at a place called Federal Hall, but Washington
Oh,
came all the way from Mount Vernon and
Federal
rode horseback
Hall.
and through carriages
That was where
through
the first
various
inauguration took
cities on
place.
the way, and had all this
Interesting.
big
Over in
celebration
New York
of him
City.
coming to, to that ceremony. He gets to the ceremony. They go to give him the inauguration, and nobody had remembered to bring a Bible. They had to run and get one from a Masonic temple that he used, and
Did you
that
hear that?
many
Masonic
presidents have
Temple.
used
They got the
since
Bible from the
because of
Masonic
its
Temple for the
historic
first
significance. He
inauguration.
then walked over
Told
to
you the
church
Freemasons won the White
himself.
House.
And then when you had Thomas
America's founding
Jefferson,
fathers
he
were
left his
Freemasons.
hotel where he was in Washington
Did you know
and
that Ben
walked
Franklin was a
to
part
his
of the
inaugural,
Hellfire
the
Club?
first one, and then walked
It was a
back to the
secret
hotel
club
following that
where
inaugural. So that
members
was kind of
engaged in
an
orgies.
important point.
And
Later,
also
in
John
his second
Montague, the Earl
inaugural,
of
he
Sandwich
rode a
the
horse
Fourth, captain of the British
to
naval
Congress
fleet, was a
to,
part of the
to be
Hellfire
sworn
Club
in.
too.
That then followed with various presidents getting there by various means. I think the first to go in a car might have been McKinley. No, not McKinley, would have been Harding. Subsequently, this tradition developed where once the president was done with the inauguration, then you would have a parade that followed on. And those parades
Where's the
became more
parade?
and more elaborate. Eisenhower's lasted for 4.5 hours. It was the longest. Wilson's had 40,000 people marching in it. It was the most people marching in a parade. So that became kind of the tradition of the president going back. And as you know, Carter, when he left, his inauguration was being driven back to the White House when he stopped the car, got out, and started to walk. And that became extremely famous. And I think everybody has followed that, where they walk a portion of the time on the way back to the White House. Trump did it when and Biden did it. It is become kind of a tradition. It'll be interesting to see in the cold weather whether they'll follow that pattern or not. I wouldn't, frankly, for security and other reasons. But this getting to there and then leaving ended up resulting in the parade that we had, because the early presidents were followed by their enthusiastic supporters back to the White House. Andrew Jackson had such enthusiastic supporters that they came back to the White House and ransacked it. I mean, they went in, punch bowls were thrown everywhere, curtains were torn down, people had to escape through windows.
Oh dang, I already finished it.
A scene.
I mean, a giant bug.
A joyous scene, but eventually the way they got everyone out of the White House was to take these big punch bowls outside and get the people to leave the White House.
And Jim, I just wanted to pause as President-elect Donald Trump has now arrived at the White House.
Oh, Trump's finally
Biden
here.
And First Lady Jill Biden welcoming Trump and Melania Trump right there. I am going to raise the audio again. We might not be able to hear much, but let's listen in.
What are they saying? What are they saying? Smile for the camera, Trump, or something. Cease. Ah, snap, wrong button. 1, 2, 3. Boom.
And I have to say, this is really interesting as we're watching President Biden and President-elect Trump standing there, apparently seeming to have a conversation of some sorts. And it's just so interesting to see the interactions, as always, as it was a very contentious, battle almost between the two before President Biden announcing that he would step down and step away from running once again for president. But, Jim, when you take a look at that moment, we did this with J.D. Vance, of course, and Vice President Harris. But what do you make of that as they paused right where that photo opportunity was, but to apparently have some sort of conversation?
The same thing I said about the J.D. Vance moment. This is good for the country to see. The unity is good. The friendship shown between two men is good. Melania Trump looked a little uncomfortable, but
yeah, let's emphasize that bromance. We are totally straight.
And when the two of them went in, it looked like they continued to talk. This is reminiscent of Obama and Trump speaking at Carter's funeral too. This is a time for people to begin treating each other as not just political enemies, but as, fellow Americans. If you look over time, that interaction can sometimes be very frosty. If you look at when FDR came in 1933 and Hoover lost.
Was it true that FDR cheated on his wife?
With the same blanket over them.
So many cheaters in
Capitol for
the
the
American
inauguration,
presidency.
And FDR chatted away, and Hoover said nothing. He was not happy. Carter and Reagan were similar. I don't think Carter was particularly chatty. I think Reagan, being who Reagan was particularly chatty. When Warren Harding won after the First World War, Woodrow Wilson had a stroke. 19 months earlier, he had tried to pass what was called the Versailles Treaty, the League of Nations. It failed. And he, trying to get it passed, Wilson went out into the country to stump for it. had this severe stroke in Denver, was taken back to the White House, had another very severe stroke. And so he was very disabled at that point. And by the time, it came time for Harding to come to the White House and to go with him, they did go over together. But once they got to the Capitol, Harding kind of excused Wilson and said, I will not blame you if you don't want to come out for the ceremony itself, because he really was disabled at that point. And so Wilson was taken to his house on S Street, which is still in existence, a great museum if you're in Washington to go see. But this transition of power, this thing that Reagan talked about in 1981 as being a miracle, it really is a miracle. And it really is interesting. If you look back at Thomas Jefferson, as I told you, there was a really severe fight between Adams and Jefferson.
Really?
They would later in life become friends and would write letters to each other. They both die on the same day in 1826 on July the 4th, interestingly enough.
Wow.
But during
they both
that
died
time,
on July 4th.
As I said, Adams left.
1786.
And Jefferson went ahead and
1796.
gave his magnanimous speech. So if you look at what has happened in these transitions of power, many people called that 1801 election a revolution, because it really was the first time we saw political power handed from one party to another. It was the very beginning of parties. And so people saw that as kind of a important revolution and an important development in the American
As pretty as the
experiment
White
in
House
democracy.
looks. White House
so
looks.
it has been carried out ever since.
Damn it,
And
why am I
so
tongue-tied? All right, even though the White House looks
scene is a
very
good scene
exquisite,
for Americans.
I can't see the
And
Masonic
let's hope that the
symbolism,
inaugural also continues
especially
that
with those two
feeling of,
statues in
let's
between
unify as a
and the two
country, move
pillars.
forward as a country. There are a lot
But I
of things that
digress.
need to be addressed in this world and in this country, and people need to work together to have that all happen.
Jim, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are continuing our coverage of Inauguration Day 2025. This is a live look right
have to
there
admit, it's
outside the
very
U.S. Capitol.
peaceful.
As we have been sharing with you, arrivals continue inside the Capitol Rotunda. In fact, this is a live look right here of the Capitol Rotunda, as we have seen family members of President-elect Trump, as well as others, arriving here, getting ready to be seated. Meanwhile, we also want to share with our viewers as well that we were sharing with you the arrival of President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump here at the White House. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming them in for a tea ceremony.
Let's just hope
to the
Joe Biden
ceremony.
doesn't sit his pants
the White House,
or kill over right on live TV, folks.
And of course, one has to
Back to you, Pat
what
Sajak.
that conversation is going to be like. This is another vantage point there outside the White House. A very snowy ground, a very cold day, which is why in just the second time, the first time since 1985,
Walking in a
the
winter
swearing-in ceremony
wonderland.
will be held inside the Capitol Rotunda. And in fact, this is
Capitol
an aerial view
Rotunda.
right
How
here.
many
It
times are
keeps
gonna
going
keep
in
saying
and out,
that?
so I didn't want to necessarily bring it to you full, but just a very brief look right here at the aerial view from inside the Capitol Rotunda right there. Just a bird's eye view.
Seriously,
and you can see that folks are
if
making their
anyone's
way inside.
learning how to be a
And this
news
is
reporter,
a live look right
I
here
mean,
inside Capitol One.
I know you have to be
as, of course, it
good
is a
at
very chilly
speaking,
day, so
especially
unfortunately,
public
the hundreds
speaking,
of
but
thousands of individuals
so far I'm just
who,
listening to this
made
bitch say
the
Capitol
journey
Rotunda
to
100 times.
the U.S.
Cease.
Capitol to watch as history unfolds as Donald J. Trump is sworn in as the 47th president. Unfortunately, the outside ceremony not happening, but you can already see that thousands of people are packing inside Capitol Run Arena to watch this via the screens.
Wham.
We also know that Trump will then, after being sworn in as president, make his way inside the arena to deliver additional remarks to those as well. And once again, I do want to bring in my colleague Andrew Kraft as we continue our live coverage here. And
Sponsored
you can
by
see
Capital
that,
One.
lawmakers, Andrew, are arriving there inside Capitol Hill as, arrivals do
Oh yeah, a few
continue.
days ago on Twitter, people were
as we
complaining that
continue
Capital
to
One wasn't
discuss all of
paying
this,
them.
what are your thoughts as we continue to watch this unfold? Truly historic in nature right there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You're seeing the former speakers of the House there, McCarthy, Boehner, and Gingrich. So that's always interesting to see them kind of commingling together. Of course, Republican
Damn, why is
political
Apocalyptic Saddle so
powerhouses,
hard?
all three of them really in their own right there. But I just want to go back. Our viewers were just watching that really incredible, somewhat tense scene, I think, between the Bidens and the Trumps. And you just kind of have to get into the head of Trump, into the head of Biden. These are longtime political foes. We know that they cannot stand each other. On the surface, yes, they exchanged pleasantries. They had a short conversation. They took the photo here. But the 2020 election and the 2024 election were very hard-fought contests. We know Trump did not even attend the inauguration of Joe Biden. Of course, things look a lot different this time around. And right now, as we speak, they are having tea together in the White House. And that goes to what Jim Robidault was saying, that this is what this day is about, the peaceful transition of power. You set all that aside, no matter how hard it is in your marrow and in your bones, that you might be thinking to yourself, if you're Biden or Trump or even Harris with Vance, because electoral defeats are very painful, but you put all that aside for today, one day only. And I think that's what Jim was alluding to. That's what this country is all about. That's what makes us unique. He called it, and many have called it, a miracle, so to speak. So I just wanted to note that there. Of course, we know President-elect Trump's relationship with former House Speaker McCarthy. You'll remember, Stephanie, in the wake of the January 6th Capitol attack, mere days, if not weeks afterward, Kevin McCarthy went down to Mar-a-Lago. And that was really seen as a game-changing moment. That was seen as a moment that was rehabilitating Trump's image in the wake of the January 6th Capitol attack, that there were going to be fellow Republicans who will still stand by him and forgive him for January 6th. So I thought that was interesting. McCarthy, of course, we know how that unfolded for him. He lost the gavel. His own fellow Republicans, 8 of them, ousting him from the speakership now a little bit over a year ago. And so he's on hand. There's going to be a lot of people on hand in the Capitol Rotunda. But that's what
Capitol
I'm thinking
Rotunda,
of right now. And just for our viewers, to give them up to speed on what's happening live right now, they are, the Bidens and the Trumps, having tea together at the White House before they ride together to the Capitol, to the Rotunda for the swearing in.
And we're taking a live look, Andrew, of the White House right there as the tea ceremony is underway. And it's always so interesting as we see, the political rivalry, front and center, especially during the election cycle. And, the ability for some, perhaps not all, but some of these politicians to then set that rivalry, that contentiousness aside, and seeing beyond perhaps the political party and seeing the person instead. As we take a look at the political landscape, what do you make of that? Because we were seeing President-elect Trump and former President Barack Obama speaking with one another quite cordially at the funeral service of former President Jimmy Carter. Of course, not everyone is able to, put those politics aside after leaving office, after handing the baton, so to speak, but one has to wonder what the conversation is like now inside the White House, as in just hours, President Biden no longer president, and President-elect Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, and for the second time.
Right. I mean, history is contingent. Elections matter. I'm sure you have. I know I have lost contests in my personal life, minor, large, grand, small, and it's tough and it hurts, but that's what this day is about. You put those aside, you let bygones be bygones for at least a couple hours.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Get
And
roasted,
that
Biden
apparently is
bros.
what they
He's
are going
out.
to do. And, just to
Send him to
give
the
our
grave.
viewers just another look
Amen.
right here, I did want to share this live look right here as well, as we are taking a look outside the Capitol Hill right there, outside the Capitol building. You can see buses lining up, most likely to bring in individuals into the Capitol Rotunda. And there is the aerial view. Unfortunately, it does go in and out, as we do get these live streams from time to time, but I did want to share that with you as we continue this live look right here. Andrew, as
This
we
live look into
continue
this live look,
to take a
folks.
look at this, it is so interesting to see who is in attendance, who is being joined, and you can see people from really both parties attending, as well as staunch supporters. In fact, you can see some of these. Marco Rubio right there, Senator Marco Rubio, likely no longer to be that, obviously, as we have heard that Governor DeSantis has named his successor. But really, the who's who right there in terms of cabinet selections.
Rubio's.
Yeah, you're seeing all of the Trump cabinet selections.
So Rubio is Mark Santos' successor,
right
huh?
there, and we can name them. We know, Stephanie, the confirmation hearings are literally happening as we speak. We saw a lot of that last week. It's going to pick up this week as well. These are the people Trump has chosen to help him lead and plan the agenda for the next 4 years. And so you see them all there get off that charter bus. Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, and others there.
Absolutely. And I did also want to share this with our viewers, and actually we see some of the outgoing members as well, perhaps, as everyone is seated right here. So, we are awaiting the arrival of both President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden. They, of course, are having their pre-inauguration, ceremony, as we continue to see, individuals trickle, but also, as we take a live look right here, this is historic in nature, because this is atypical, Andrew. This is not something that we traditionally see every 4 years with the swearing-in ceremony. I did want to share this with our viewers as well.
Hey, Moonies, I'm going to be right back. I gotta throw something out,
larger,
all right? Be right back.
More extensive view of the Capitol building right there, where everyone is congregating. And of course, as we have been sharing and talking about, there of course is a reason why, when it comes to the fact that the mall is completely empty. No one is in attendance. No one is allowed to congregate there because of the frigid weather. And so I did want to share that with our viewers as well. And a beautiful live look right here, from the from the rooftop, I should say, of the Washington Monument, and this really giving us a clearer picture. We see the American flag there, waving in the wind, and the wind chill making it even feel like single digits right here as we continue to await the arrival of President-elect Trump and, of course, President Biden.
Yeah, that was a really cool shot there atop the White House. To your point, the flag's still at half staff. If we have the inside of the rotunda, we can point out some of the people that are there. I think that would be helpful for some people watching, because to your point, Stephanie, it is going to be a who's who of the federal government. It's going to be a who's who.
They are assembling something outside.
Leaders
Dang it, what did I miss, chat?
I believe I saw the Argentinian president, Javier Milei. And
I wonder if that little Brazilian can handle the cold weather.
Well. So we'll do our best pointing out these individuals, pointing out these members of Congress, former members of Congress, incoming and outgoing members of both administrations here. That's always, to your point, interesting to see who's there and who's not, who's seated next to who and who's standing maybe. But we're finally getting a live picture inside of the rotunda. We were wondering how this was all going to look, because they had to pull it together so quickly. And there you see more of these individuals walking into Congress there.
Thank you, Locha.
And if I recognize anyone, I will definitely point them out here.
I see a bunch of camera crew and TV crew. Let's hope they don't get hypothermia. Back to you, John.
Other members of the incoming Trump cabinet. and some of the staffers who will work in the second Trump White House. Upon confirmation, of course, there's Elon Musk.
Oh, Elon Musk. Had to bring in the Indians, sir. Please take a HB1 visa, sir.
And
If
Andrew,
we can
as
see if we can hear some of the natural sound, that's always
Seriously.
interesting too.
Elon
It
taking
is, and
massive
we can
L
see
this
the inside
year.
of the rotunda as this, they continue to, weave through shots right here. But, as we take a moment to pause, I do want to bring in Rebecca Castor with Fox News as well as we continue our live coverage right here. And Rebecca, we're taking a live look from inside the Capitol Rotunda as we see
Capitol
lawmakers,
Rotunda.
officials, and really the who's who of
Who's that?
Washington.
Oh, wait, he looks
And
familiar.
the business industry, arrive ahead of this swearing-in ceremony. We see the Capitol building right there behind you as we are awaiting the arrival of President
That old guy looks
Donald
familiar.
Trump.
Who is that,
Security,
Henry
of course,
Kissinger?
top of mind,
Oh, wait, didn't
thousands
Kissinger
of
die
law
a few months
enforcement
ago?
officers spreading out across Washington, D.C. to make sure that what happens is as seamless as
Oh, no,
possible.
man.
Hustle and bustle, if you will, ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. So, can you set the scene for us right now?
Hey, Stephanie, good morning. So speaking with other reporters on our Fox team who have covered inaugurations here in D.C. in the past, they're saying that this security feels a lot more ramped up than previous inaugurations. So even though things have moved indoors, security is still red hot. They have the Capitol building pretty much locked down like a fortress. There are miles and miles of fencing all around the Capitol building, as well as some of the nearby streets. It's really hard to travel by car here in downtown D.C. right now. People are saying that
Whoever
they've been
lives
having
there
to
must
walk for
be
several miles to
in
get
one
to
hell of a
some of
traffic
these
jam.
locations. But yesterday, thousands of police officers from across the country arrived here in D.C. They were sworn in by the local police chief, and they have been given police powers to help out the D.C. Metro Police as well as the Capitol Police as well. They're expecting at least 19 different protests to possibly happen around the district today, so we're going to be monitoring that. We know that they're going to have drones out, also monitoring events from the sky. So if anybody is here watching locally and they see drones in the air, that is likely what they are doing, monitoring some of these events. A lot of things are going to look different today than they have in the past now that this inauguration is moving inside the Capitol. It's been 40 years since a president was sworn in inside the Capitol Rotunda. Those lawmakers that are entering now to the Capitol Rotunda, that's an exclusive invitation. We're told only about 600 people are going to be able to sit inside the Capitol to be able to watch the swearing in happen in person. There's going to be an overflow room as well. So I think there was some discussion on Capitol Hill, lawmakers lobbying to try to get the best seat in the House and to actually be there in person as opposed to that overflow room. But it's just not going to be the same event as if we would have seen Donald Trump outside on the west front of the Capitol taking the oath of office. Of course, all of these changes, primary reason is the weather. This morning, the feels like temperature was about 12 degrees. The sun is up, so it's warmed up a bit now. It feels a little bit more comfortable outside, but that decision was made with the safety in mind of the hundreds of thousands of people from all over the country who traveled to D.C. and we're going to congregate on the National Mall. They've actually shut that down. People
National
that are still
Mall.
here are not able
I would like to
even
visit that
be
someday.
around the National Mall today. They've locked it down because the police just don't want people gathering because of just the safety conditions out here in the weather.
All right, Rebecca, we do appreciate you sharing that with us as we continue to follow the very latest. And we did want to once again share this live look outside the Capitol Rotunda. We saw Jeff Bezos, of course,
Jeff
founder,
Bezos.
CEO of Amazon, along with his fiancee, Lauren Sanchez. And I did want to raise the audio to see what we can hear as the arrivals continue at the U.S. Capitol ahead of the swearing-in ceremony.
Alright, swear upon the Bible, Trump. Cease. Dang. Yes. Alright, who's that? Oh wait, that's Hillary Clinton. Oh my fudge, she's wearing that ugly ass coat.
And we see
and
former
Bill
President
Clinton
Bill
too.
Clinton,
Oh my
along with
fudge.
Hillary Rodham Clinton, also in attendance right there, you know, just posing for pictures. And we do know that, you know, all of the living presidents will be in attendance, as well as the former first ladies, everyone except for Michelle Obama, who will not be attending, not giving any particular reason why that is. She also did not attend former President Jimmy Carter's funeral as well. As we
Very
continue,
weird.
Truly to see the who's
I wonder
who.
why Michelle
We do hear
Obama's in
some of the
hiding.
music right here, so we pause on the
Maybe she's at the
commentary
age
and
where the
allow you to
surgery
listen.
can't hide it anymore. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, it's been 1 hour and 50 minutes. Come on, let's hurry it up. Ew, who's that weirdo in the purple hair? Ew. Ew, get off the stage, old hag. Stop dyeing your hair, come on. Oh, here's Vivek Ramaswamy or something. Please let in my people, sir. We want to take over the white man, sir. Do not redeem, sir. Who's that black guy over there? Wait, is that Clarence Thomas? Wait, didn't Clarence Thomas die like last summer? I don't know. Dun, 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 dun. More old people are walking in. Barely know who these people are. Probably senators. Dun, dun. That old guy over there kind of looks similar to George Bush Sr., but that's just me. Who's that short guy? Hello, Mr. Manlet in the blue suit.
And there we have Rudy Giuliani, the former attorney for President-elect Donald Trump, of course, the former mayor there of New York City.
Who's in a purple
Rudy Giuliani
dress?
now making
Who
his
cares?
way inside
There's a bunch of
ahead
old people.
the swearing-in ceremony for President-elect Donald Trump. We continue to see this, but I do want to pivot now because we do see here the departure there at the White House as we do
There goes
see
Chuck Schumer. Oy
Second
vey.
Gentleman Doug Emhoff and soon to be
I wonder why Chuck
first,
Schumer's wife
Lady Vice
isn't
President there,
attending.
and we are waiting in. I'm
Good
going to raise
quote
the
from
audio
Mrs.
as
Swan.
we are
She
expecting
looking like a
President
man.
Biden and President-elect Donald J. Trump to be departing as well momentarily.
Who the hell's standing on top of the vehicle? Was that camera crew or something?
Yeah, and Stephanie, we're just watching, you just saw the second gentleman there, Doug Emhoff, with the incoming second lady, Usha Vance, there, leave the White House. We know tea is happening between the Bidens and Trumps as we speak. But
Did he
we were
just say
seeing
the
a
tea
slew of dignitaries
like a
there,
fag? Come on,
enter
stop
into
watching The View,
Capitol
right?
Rotunda, including many, many members of the House and the Senate. You also, I'm not sure if some of our viewers caught, you saw Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, there.
A bunch of
walking
old
into
people we should really
the
care
rotunda.
about.
And from what I
Should
understand,
we
I
really
believe
care
he will
about
be
the
administering
Chief
the oath of
Justice?
office.
Whatever.
Trump has two Bibles.
Two
That will
Bibles.
be used to administer the oath, his mother's Bible, and then, of course, the very, very famous Lincoln Bible from 1861. That's been a hallmark. It's been a tradition.
Ooh, the Lincoln Bible.
For many, many inaugurations past. So just a really, really beautiful live look. Let's keep listening.
Ready, post. Ready, post.
What is that, the Marines? Alright, here's some boring footage of old people just gathering around, taking their seats. Cease.
And Stephanie, in these moments, in these parts, I have to be honest with the viewer, it is my favorite. Just
If you're
to
gonna
see
feature
who's
the
talking to
audience, you
who
might as well,
and
I
who's
don't know,
not
do
talking to
some
who, and who's
on-live
greeting each
interview
other,
with them or something.
and who's
Cease.
turned their body language away from each other. It is fascinating. And almost the former speakers there right in the front.
Hail
kind
to
of
the chief,
unofficially
he's
acting
the
as
one we all say hail to.
greeting
Oh,
line
who's
for
the
so many members there.
Who's the Yixa
of
with the ugly
House.
glasses?
Many
Oy
Republican
vey.
members right there. You see Chip Roy.
I can tell she loves Israel.
You see Brian Stiles
Hey,
from
Smack
Wisconsin.
Lord. Yo, dude.
And
Welcome to the
others there. You
stream.
see Jeff Van
Gathering
Drew
around.
from New Jersey, of course.
Gathering
Chip Roy drawing the
around
ire
at the
of
speed of
President-elect
sound.
Trump during the entire government funding shutdown showdown that was averted mere weeks ago. After
Honestly,
the Christmas
if a
holiday.
government
But
shutdown
it's
did
just very,
occur,
very interesting. So
I
we
really
are
wouldn't
seeing
care.
this, Stephanie,
Just
of
a normal
how
day, you
all
know.
of these people are going to fit in the Capitol Rotunda, and it is getting full, and it is getting packed, as we can see. So we're going to do our best to point out some of these notable individuals, some of these dignitaries there gathered, invited. Now, what was so interesting,
All
a
right,
lot
come
of
on,
these
Aki.
lawmakers, they get their own kind of set of tickets where they can hand out and
Thank you
dole
for joining
out
my
quilts to
stream,
help
Smack Lord.
supporters and
Woo!
family and friends.
Let's see.
Well, that was kind of moot this year because it was moved inside from outside because it was so cold. So to your point, we have heard from a lot of people, people who come from all over the country to be here for Inauguration Day. pretty
Blah, blah,
disappointing.
blah.
And to your point, the National Mall right now, not
If I had the opportunity, would I want to see the inauguration up live?
It is teeming with thousands
Not
of
really.
people. And you see there some of the members of Congress, Mike McCall there from Texas, Marcy Kaptur from Ohio, Greg Meeks from New York, Byron Donalds from Florida.
And let's just hope there aren't
Mike
any
Waltz, the
Harvey
incoming
Lee
National
imitators,
Security
Harvey Lee
Advisor.
Oswald
Of
imitators.
course, remember, he had to resign
As we all
his
know, Harvey Lee
House seat
Oswald was the
in
patsy.
order to take this role. This is not a Senate-confirmed role, National Security Advisor. And you see so many others from the Texas Republican congressional delegation there.
And
Wow,
also, you
I
know,
must be at a smoke
Andrew,
factory
what's
because look at
interesting
all
is, of
this
course,
gray.
Obviously, all of this has had to pivot.
Smack Lord, he said,
from
yeah, it's
an
midnight at the
outdoors,
moment. Oh, I
event
see.
to an indoors
Well, I
one,
hope you
and
get some
the
sleep after
reason
this,
being that it was
dude.
too bitterly
You're gonna
cold
need
outside,
it.
and now one has to wonder, with hundreds and hundreds of people packing inside the Capitol Rotunda, how warm it's going to get inside there. They might have a very different issue when you have so many people packed shoulder to shoulder. It does get very warm, and you know, it is going to be interesting to see, as you mentioned, the interaction between the people as we continue to see that interaction. I did want to just allow our viewers to just absorb and you know, be part of this as we continue to raise the audio and just listen in and you know, just take stock of this historic event.
Yeah, what's your music?
Although we do want to now pivot as we continue to see, here's a live look right here of the First Lady Jill Biden and the soon-to-be First Lady Melania
Your husband's
Trump
a retard now, Joe
leaving the
Biden.
White House,
Go feed him his
entering into the
applesauce
motorcade as
and change
they
his
make their
diapers.
way to the Capitol Rotunda right there. A
Capitol
live look,
Rotunda.
as you can see, another event happening as the First Lady Jill Biden and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump departing together in this vehicle right here on their way to the Capitol Rotunda. We have yet to see President-elect Trump and President Biden. They will be likely the very last individuals to depart the White House on their way. As we were mentioning,
Dang,
Andrew,
so close.
President
Why is the
Biden, President-elect
apocalyptic
Trump
shadow
taking
so
part
hard?
in the traditional tea ceremony where they sit down for tea and, you know, have a conversation of sorts ahead of the inauguration and the official oath of office.
Yeah, I think the role of the First Lady, especially with Melania Trump, will be very interesting the second time around. Of course, you have to imagine what Jill Biden and Melania Trump discuss. Melania Trump is not a new First Lady. She is incoming and a former First Lady herself. And it was reported that Melania Trump's people did decline another invitation for tea with First Lady Biden a couple of weeks back.
I wonder why
thought
Miss
that
L's
was
not
interesting.
visiting.
Maybe no love lost.
Is the
between
estrogen
the
wearing
two
off?
there. But we know Melania Trump really took a back seat, was almost completely absent from the 2024 campaign. Yes, she did appear at that Madison Square Garden rally in New York City. She did appear at the RNC there in Milwaukee. She did not speak at the RNC, and so it'll be interesting to see. She did take somewhat of a back seat in the Trump first term as well. In the role of First Lady, the role of First Lady that Jill Biden took was very front and center.
After all, we all know pretenders are very mentally healthy of the trans variety.
Or alleged infirmities or alleged senility, that she was somewhat also in charge of the inner circle, so to speak. So I thought those roles were very different.
And we
now
see the
have
doors,
two
Andrew,
principals, I
opening
believe,
once
coming
again.
out. Maybe not?
He was in a green dress. No, green coat.
No, we see the
No, who
doors
cares?
opening once again. That, of course, is Vice President-elect J.D. Vance alongside Vice President
there's
Harris.
J.D.
They,
Vance.
too, will be sharing a motorcade. And
Seriously,
to your
when
point,
are
Andrew,
they
you
going
were
to sow the
mentioning it's going to be
speech?
interesting to see what First Lady
When is
Jill
the ceremony
Biden
going to start?
and
Damn.
Melania Trump will be speaking
Jeez.
about. Now you have Vice President Harris and J.D. Vance sharing a vehicle. You know, is there going to be any sort of conversation, you know, as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda, we continue
Capitol
to talk about
Rotunda.
the political dynamics.
Sis.
And, you know, it's always interesting. We see them from a distance, but
You
truly,
know,
they only know
I know I
what's happening
stutter and I
inside
can get
that
tongue-tied,
vehicle, of
but
course,
sit, even
alongside,
I can
you
be
know,
a
Secret
better
Service. But,
news commentator
they
than
too are
this.
departing the White House.
Seriously,
And finally,
everyone
as
just
we
saying
pivot
Capitol
the
Rotunda
view
and
right
look at
there
them
back
entering the
to
building,
front
and that's it.
doors, you know, we are
That's all these
expecting
news
to
people are
see
saying.
President-elect
Goddamn.
Trump
I mean,
and
hot damn.
President Biden to depart
Sorry,
shortly.
Jesus.
I also wanted to share this look as we continue to take a look. You can see House Speaker Mike Johnson there arriving at the Capitol Rotunda as we do see the limousine that is set to depart the White House right here. And I did just want to pause on this live look as we are expecting President-elect Trump and President Biden to be departing the White House in just a matter of moments, also sharing a singular vehicle as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda for this historic
Capitol
moment as
Rotunda.
President-elect Donald Trump is going to be sworn in as the 47th President of the United
47th
States.
president. 4 plus 7 is 11.
And just to note,
11 as a
Stephanie,
9/11.
The woman in the green jacket, that was Senator Deb Fischer from Nebraska. There's this entire congressional committee known as the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. They are tasked with putting all this on. And so that's why you saw Senator Deb Fischer there, the Republican from Nebraska. And so they are responsible for planning this, for making sure it all goes off without a hitch. And so they are instrumental in this. You're going to see them quite a lot today. And you just saw Deb Fischer there with, I believe, Usha Vance and Doug Emhoff. So wanted just to note that there as well. You also see some of these congressional leaders get there into the rotunda. You just saw Hakeem Jeffries and others,
In the rotunda.
Speaker Mike Johnson. So congressional leadership looks like they are in the building now. We are waiting, to your point, President-elect Trump and President Biden. And to your point, I do hope that maybe some of the official photographers will release photos from inside the limousines of how these moments transpired, what the conversations were like. Maybe we can get some reporting as well. We do know
Were all
though,
those
the
guys
Bidens,
discussing
have been somewhat
which
gracious with
sacrifice
the
they're
Trumps,
gonna
after
have?
the November 5th election. President Biden inviting Trump to the White House that very same week and committed to a peaceful transition of power. And that is what we are seeing today. And that is why this is so important. So Biden and Trump will be riding over in the Beast to the Capitol from the White House momentarily. This is really quite something. You know, obviously they haven't spent that much time together.
All right,
They were on a
let's
debate
count how many
stage
Freemasons are
twice in
entering.
2020.
1,
They were on
2,
a debate
3.
stage once in
They're all
2024.
Freemasons.
They've appeared
Jeez.
at similar events at the same time, but I would venture to say that this is
I wonder
going to
how
be
many Kennedys will
the
be at
closest
this
in
event.
proximity
I wonder
they
how
have
many
been for the
Kennedys will be
longest
shot at this event.
duration,
In
maybe
Minecraft,
ever.
folks, in
And so you just have to
Minecraft.
wonder what those conversations are going to be like. These political rivals, political foes, from all reporting suggests they literally cannot stand each other. And I think a lot of the viewers forget that after Biden sought not to seek re-election after the debate in June in Atlanta, where he
Did
withdrew
you guys
from
know
the
that the
ticket,
Kennedys
the
are an
Trump
Illuminati
campaign
bloodline?
had a difficult time
And so
adapting
are the
and adjusting to
Onassis
the fact
family.
That he was not going to be the
Now,
rival. It was going to be
don't you
someone
find it
else, and here they are.
coincidental that Jackie Onassis and John F. Kennedy would eventually get married and start a family? I mean, what are the odds of two Illuminati bloodlines marrying into the family and controlling the presidency too? What are the odds? All right. Oh, not that it matters, but where's RF Kennedy Jr.? I mean, he of all people was still up. Isn't he the
And
Minister of Health?
as the limousine departs right there, we actually saw President-elect Trump on his cell phone, Andrew, just checking some stuff. But we were hearing one of the reporters yelling out to both Biden and Trump, what are you going to talk about? And obviously they did not answer. But of course, that's the question that everyone wants to know. What will these gentlemen be speaking about? They, of course, were joined by Representative Amy Klobuchar, who, is part of the committee that oversees the inauguration and all of the events. But still, curious minds want to know, Andrew, what is the conversation going to be like inside this limo? I don't know specifically, and perhaps you do, just how many minutes it's going to take for the limousine to actually arrive at the Capitol, but it could either be a very long ride or it could be a very short and comfortable ride. We don't know.
Yes, it is a very short ride, under 10
All right,
minutes.
so what the hell's going on here?
Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, the Democrat, another member of this joint congressional committee on inaugural ceremonies. And so she's also in the limousine. Maybe she'll be breaking the ice, so to speak, between Trump and Biden. But this leads me to wonder as well, Stephanie, what is the Biden
finally, I'd be
post-presidency
apocalyptic
going to
shadow.
look like?
Well,
we know
at
they're
least
going to
the
be,
threes.
they being Joe and Joe Biden, they'll be spending a couple of days in Santa Barbara, California. After today, they'll be whisked off there to the West Coast.
Yes, the Bidens will be enjoying their mansion while stepping on the ashes of the houses of California residents after the fire.
So they may be in California at the same time as well. But a post-presidency looks different, so to speak, if you're Obama and you're leaving the White House.
Man, fuck Obama.
Biden leaving the White House in his early 80s. I wonder how he will choose to use that. He said in a speech in South Carolina just yesterday, he is going to remain engaged. He is going to remain committed. He's not going anywhere. So I think
all right, we hit the 2 hour and 10 minute mark. Woo! Way to go, Moonies.
Will be going forward. Sometimes presidents, all presidents, when they leave the White House, they go back to being everyday regular citizens. But some take up a role and they want to use their influence that they had in the Oval Office, even while not in the Oval Office. Jimmy Carter was a perfect example of that. And so you're watching the beast right now move down Pennsylvania Avenue, down to the U.S. Capitol. This is quite something. This is remarkable. Let's just watch and listen.
Yeah, president. Woo! Yeah, Trump. Woo! Yeah, yay, Trump. Ah, jeez. They see me rolling, they hating, they trolling me. What car is that? Aren't people worried that someone could see the license? I mean, Fox News, hurry up and blur it or something. Cease. Woo! Yay, Trump. Yeah. Yay. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So many police cars, as usual. Yo, Trump. What's up? Alright, so is this gonna be a long drive or something? Just curious. Woo, woo. Yeah, let's go. Uh-oh. Frozen.
All right, it does appear perhaps as though this live look right there, foes. Andrew, obviously this, this is coming from one of the vehicles as part of this motorcade. It does look like they are trying to get it back, but and it does look like they have. We're just going to hang on this. It looks like they have fixed this issue. Let's listen in.
Yes, Stephanie, of course, we're moving down Pennsylvania Avenue right now, and you can just hear the cheers from so many of these supporters who have lined the streets there, and you can see them on the sides waving. It is very, very cold. We're now passing the National Gallery of Art, if you're familiar with Washington. We do apologize
National Gallery
about
of
the feed. It
Art.
looks a little
Alright,
bit,
I would like to
in and
visit
out
there.
but we're going to stay with it. But the motorcade moving now, both President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump inside alongside Senator Amy Klobuchar in there. So I said this is about under 10 minutes, and we're going to be moving up to the U.S. Capitol in just no time here. But you can see the security. You can see there some of the troops standing guard, saluting the motorcade as it moves past. And now I believe we're going to be right outside the U.S. Capitol momentarily. And so this is really, really remarkable. We're not going to, and it has been reported, we're not going to see your
Look at the
typical
SWAT team.
inauguration parade, down
Let's
Pennsylvania
see.
Avenue. Because it is so
800-002.
cold,
That's the license plate.
President-elect Trump will be visiting his throngs of thousands of supporters at Capital One Arena, much like the rally he had yesterday. And that is where people are watching it live inside that arena, thousands of them. And that is probably why you're not seeing as many people line the streets. There's hardly anyone on the National Mall.
It's not a park?
Because, one, it's inside the rotunda, the swearing in, the oath. And two, it's just too cold there.
Dang,
and we've
man.
heard from some of Trump's folks, including incoming White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, saying that this was not done for security reasons. This was done to protect his people, Trump's people. Though there are some security analysts and experts that we've even talked to here on Live Now who argue that this could have been made with that in mind. That decision could have been made with that in mind. Let's keep watching this motorcade.
Damn. Why is man taking such a beating? Come on, man. Thanks, Locha. God dang. Locha, help us. Haven't heard her. Damn. Fudge. Boom. Alright, come on, Herta. Knock him out. Uh-oh. I see the U.S. in the back. Oy vey. Oy vey. I see you in the blue, Miss Chosenite. And there goes Chuck Schumer.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Thank you.
President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
Well,
And there we saw President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump arriving at the Capitol. We see Elon Musk there, Andrew, just one of the
And here
tech
comes
titans,
Elon Musk
as,
talking
we
to
were
one of his
discussing,
slaves.
as we await the official
Do not
swearing-in
redeem,
ceremony. There's
sir.
Melania Trump right there, First Lady Jill Biden, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and
Chuck
others
Schumer is in
as,
here with his
they
training
continue to make
wife.
their way inside the rotunda for that actual swearing-in ceremony.
Yeah, and interesting, the Vances seem to be kind of trailing behind, leading the pack from behind, so to speak. I thought that was interesting there. You see J.D. Vance and Usha Vance coming into the rotunda there. Biden and Trump kind of walking somewhat stone-faced there. Biden, when asked, how's it going, he said, well, he and Trump side by side, in unison, in tandem, walking in with Vice President Kamala Harris behind. And you can just feel the emotions in the room. I think it's so interesting that, and that's what's so unique and so miraculous about the American experiment, is that political foes, political losers and winners alike can be in the same room. You see the Republican mega donor there, Miriam Adelson. You see UFC chairman Dana White. This is part of
UFC chairman's
the
there.
Trump
Oh, Sid, the guy who
invitation
knocked out
list,
his
so to speak.
wife.
I'm going to be doing my best to point
Who the
out
hell is
some
wearing
of
the white
these
John Lennon
individuals,
yellow
but,
submarine
you also saw there,
outfit?
Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, speaking with
Ah,
Elon
jeez.
Musk as well. So, Stephanie, we're just waiting for President-elect Trump, President Biden, and all the other dignitaries to enter into the rotunda. There is a waiting
Rotunda.
area, kind of a holding room off the side, and now you see members of the incoming Trump cabinet, all of whom, Stephanie, have yet to be confirmed, though their confirmation hearings are ongoing as we speak, and they will continue this week as well. You also see incoming White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, there in the long white dress coat. She was instrumental in the Trump 2024 campaign, serving as co-campaign chairwoman with Chris LaCivita. And you see so many others, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, former Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler, former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin, John Ratcliffe there, Trump's pick to lead the CIA, Kash Patel, Trump's pick to lead the FBI, and so many. I believe that's Vivek Ramaswamy, Kevin Hassett as well.
Do not redeem,
and Tulsi
sir.
Gabbard. So all of the incoming Trump cabinet members
Give us
are
our H-1B,
seated
sir.
behind the principals there on the dais, which I think is an interesting choice. Yes, they will serve out, if confirmed, the Trump cabinet there, Susie Wiles speaking with Tulsi Gabbard. So it's just really interesting. I mean, Stephanie, if you think about it, we're going to be talking about these names a lot, you and I, on Live Now from Fox for the next 4 years. I also recognize there to the right, Tucker Carlson in the rotunda.
Tucker Carlson.
There's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and so many others Some of whom, Stephanie, you remember, were one-time rivals of Trump on the primary stage, like North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. But I think I've exhausted my recognition here with familiar faces, but
all
that
around
is a
me
storyline
are
we are going to have to watch in the
familiar
next couple of
faces,
days.
worn
These
out
confirmation hearings and whether or
places,
not there will be
worn
any
out
more hiccups or
faces.
snags in
Seriously,
that
who's the
process.
blonde
They've been
Yoko
quite
Ono
fiery
looking
as of
hag?
late, including with Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth last week.
And truly, you know, Andrew, the power that is inside this room, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, we have seen some Democrats there as well, but this is just one of those moments where everyone comes together as part of this American tradition. And that, of course, is the inauguration, the swearing-in ceremony of Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Truly remarkable as we get that inside front row seat, and we're able to share that with our viewers in real time. So many people not able to make the journey to Washington, D.C., but now being part of history in the making.
Yes, just for the viewers, that couple there, that was former Vice President Dan Quayle and his wife, the former Second Lady Marilyn Quayle there. So the Quayles are in the House as well. This is fascinating. I didn't know we did have the shot on the very tail end on the right-hand side of the dais. Some of these world leaders, Stephanie, that are here and on hand. The leader of Argentina, Javier Milei. We also know Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister. She is in the House as well. We know the Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China is here as well. That was the delegation Xi Jinping sent. And of course, former Vice President Mike Pence. Stephanie, I don't think it's lost on the viewers his role in the last 8 years and what he has meant for recent history. Of course, he was the only
Now it's Mike
and the
Pence,
highest ranking
the traitor,
member of the Trump administration last time to attend the inauguration because Donald Trump was not there himself. And then, of course, these tech titans, Mark Zuckerberg there, you just saw, the CEO of Meta.
And as we take a look, Andrew, as we take a look at
these concentrated in this room right now, somewhat beyond comprehension.
Yes, and you know, you were mentioning just, you know, the political figureheads, you know, just the who's who. But as you also mentioned, we have Elon Musk, we have the who's who in the tech industry. The conversations that are happening right now, Andrew, I have to imagine aren't just about politics. We see Jeff Bezos right there, but also I have to imagine perhaps some business as well. I mean, these are the heads of multi-billion-dollar industries chatting. You see Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos having a conversation right there. RFK Jr. nodding and smiling in the background. Pete Hegseth. I mean, you know, just from just a human perspective, not even a political perspective, Andrew, just from a human perspective, it's just absolutely fascinating to watch, and we get this front row inside look into what is happening.
Yes, Stephanie, I wouldn't underestimate the ability of even billionaires to
old bags are
engage
gathering
in
around
small talk.
for this
The
annual
world's
retirement
wealthiest man
center.
right there, you see Elon Musk. Of course, we know Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin, just had a first in its own right with their most recent test launch there in Texas. We know how important that is to Elon Musk and SpaceX. And remember, Musk is going to be part of this administration, not Senate confirmed, but as head of the Department of Government Efficiency. Also, it's notable because a lot of those tech titans, Stephanie, well, they were donors to the inaugural committee.
Killing off her now. What the fuck?
$1 million donations came in from Amazon, from Apple, from Boeing, from Google, from Lockheed Martin, from Microsoft, also from Sam Altman of OpenAI. You see there Mark Zuckerberg and his wife. So it's not only how these individuals are going to work with the incoming Trump administration, they have also given money to the Trump inaugural as well. So they have paid for their seats.
Ew,
so
who's
to
the
speak.
Melania plastic
So
surgery
true. When
sex
you
doll
talk
look
about
like?
donations
Ugh, who is
and,
that?
you know, trying to,
Lady, you got bad
get
plastic surgery.
into
Ugh.
the ear
Ew.
of the most important people who make these decisions. But, you know, as we take a look at, and we are awaiting, of course, the people of the hour as we are, you know, anticipating the introduction initially of Melania Trump and Usha Vance. They will be the first people to be introduced, and then Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and then finally, you know, of course, the man of the hour himself, Donald J. Trump, as the 47th President of the United States. As we were mentioning, Andrew, this is not going to be what we are used to seeing when it comes to inaugurations. You know, it's a little different as we are indoors right now. You know, instead of being out on the mall with hundreds of thousands of people, this now is just the select, you know, hundreds of people that are allowed inside. We see former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Rodham Clinton walking hand in, well, not hand in hand, but side by side right there as they
There
make
goes the
their
rotting
way
couple.
to the seats.
There's so many
also,
corpses
Andrew,
in the
we haven't
graveyard.
seen former President Barack Obama. We may have missed him, at least perhaps me, but I have not seen him yet. And we are expecting that he will be in attendance. And so we're just going to have to wait and see. Of course, you know, George W. Bush with Laura Bush as well. We're also expecting to see arrive as we continue to just watch history unfold before our very eyes.
Hey, you know, Stephanie, you had mentioned there, we see the Bushes now. You had mentioned all these people in the rotunda. I would imagine, you would imagine, it's going to be quite toasty, quite warm. You might be right, but historically, the Capitol Rotunda is freezing. So I just thought I'd offer that context there.
Come on,
now
bring
we
in the
see
heat.
President George W.
Jeez.
Bush, former First Lady Laura Bush. We also see members of the Trump family, the Trump grandchildren, now entering into the rotunda there.
And then there we have former President Barack Obama walking alone.
Here's old butt pirate Obama.
Former First Lady Michelle Obama declining.
Tell me, how are the hot dogs
to
and
attend this
pizzas over
swearing-in
at
ceremony,
Comet
not
Pizza?
indicating why.
Comet
There's been
Pizza.
a lot of speculation about that.
Pizzagate
but
is real,
she
remember
also
that.
was not in attendance for former President Jimmy Carter's funeral.
And remember,
service.
folks, I'm
also
not suicidal.
Note, Andrew, you know, former Vice President Pence was walking solo, and we saw during the funeral service of Jimmy Carter his wife not shaking the hand of Trump
What
or
the
Melania
fudge?
Trump, indicating, of course, that fractured relationship that took place after, you know, that fateful day on January 6th.
I wonder, is
that
Jimmy
was quite
Podesta
a
going to be here
frosty,
too?
Chilled reception there at the National Cathedral now some weeks ago between Karen Pence and the Trumps, a non-existent greeting, so to speak, though there was reported what Pence and Trump briefly discussed, Pence offering his congratulations to Trump on his election victory. So I thought that was interesting. Still pleasantries maintained and delivered between the two there, though at the Carter funeral, that was, I believe, the first time they had been in the same room since January of 2021 here. But of course, Pence stuck to his constitutional duties that day, January 6, 2021, and he's doing so as well, keeping with tradition. Of course, it's not in the Constitution.
Yes. Apocalyptic Shadow's kind of kicking my ass,
attend the
but
inauguration, but Pence
I can
doing
do
the
this.
same. There aren't that many parts of today, Stephanie, that are enshrined and codified in the Constitution. Of course, the presidential oath itself, that's right there. Now, the oath that vice presidents take, not necessarily there either. They can do as they see fit. It's not too far off from the presidential oath, but the presidential oath is in the Constitution. The date, January 20th, that's in the Constitution, albeit by amendment as well. So I thought it just kind of underscores the fact that most of today
all right, let's get on with it.
tradition,
How many people
is
are going to be
pomp,
here?
is
Damn.
circumstance, is pageantry. So I thought that was interesting for our American history buffs out there.
And, you know, even though these traditions are not as long-standing as some other countries, these are, really held, close to the hearts of those
Jeez,
here
that's
in the
what makes
United
America
States.
great.
Really signaling that new frontier and now making this our own as we continue to look, as you were mentioning,
Hey, ma'am.
Andrew, the who's who of the
Maherda.
business world and also the soon-to-be, possible cabinet picks right there, as we see some are posing for pictures. But what a moment in history as we continue to await the inauguration ceremony to get underway, and just taking a look right now, Andrew, of what is to come. Of course, the schedule did have to be adapted because this is no longer going to be held outside. But just to let our viewers know, what they can expect. We are expecting the Vances and the Trumps to be introduced. We're also expecting House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Thune and Senator Klobuchar. They will be introduced as well. And then finally, President-elect Donald Trump will be introduced. That really begins, the official, the call to order, which Senator Klobuchar will issue. And then the swearing-in ceremony begins, also, and different perhaps from President-elect Trump's first swearing-in ceremony. Who is going to be performing? Carrie Underwood is set to perform America the Beautiful. And then after that, that is when J.D. Vance will be sworn in as vice president, and finally Trump sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. But just wanted, and we can see the justices right there. I did want to raise the audio so we can continue to listen in.
Oh, God dang it. I didn't have to kill off Trailblazer. Shit. Who's the zingy? Jeez. Oh, there's Clarence Thomas. Any other old people? Oh, beautiful for spaces, guys. For amber waves of grace, for purple mountains' majesty, above the beauty's race. America, America, God set His grace on thee. I forgot how the rest of the lyrics go. I think Purple Mountain's Majesty is in the lyrics of Oh America the Beautiful.
If you're just joining us here online now from Fox, Andrew Kraft here with my colleague Stephanie Quinu. Want to thank everyone for being with us. We're just a little past the 10 a.m. Eastern hour. Stephanie, to your point, we just saw the
2 hours and 37 minutes. Damn. It's 11:07. Jeez.
But also, I've spotted there former Justice Stephen Breyer, who retired during the Biden presidency, and that is how we got Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first African-American female on the court there. So Breyer in attendance, which I thought was interesting. Also wanted to highlight just some of the excerpts that we have gotten from Trump's second inaugural speech that will be delivered in about an hour's time. He says this: "My message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization." To my point, Stephanie, going into this weekend and now today, the social scene of Washington is full on MAGA. And I don't say that as an opinion or as a subjective statement. It really is. It's such a departure. It's such a shift from how the Trump folks were.
I wonder if Ghost from True Capitalist Radio is commentating on this.
After his
He should. That'd be easy money.
Defeat of Hillary Clinton. And now we see members of the Trump family, his children there. Interesting.
Yeah, who's in a Carmen Sandiego hat? What is that, Ketanji Brown? Jeez. Oh my fudge. I bet Alexan wishes he was in this crowd. So lame. Anyway. A long bar. Boop, let's go, Herda. Come on. Boop. 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 Alright, let's do this. Boop. Bingo. Boop. Oh boy. Alright, when does the show start? Jeez. Come on. And there goes Zuck the Cuck. Here's that other honker. I mean, with the hook nose. Oy vey. Is this Tel Aviv? Boom. Gonna take down.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Don Quayle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of
Damn.
the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Hey Billy, where were you on Epstein Island? Can someone play Yankee Doodle? Cease. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony. Stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Smack Lord George, I did not have sexual intentions with Damn. 2 hours and 44 minutes. Now the inauguration kicks in.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Cease.
the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Where were you at 9/11, Mr. Bush?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
And his tranny wife couldn't be with him because the estrogen is wearing off. Cease.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States,
Of who
the
gives a
Honorable
fuck?
John G. Roberts Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Oh, hey Hunter. Yo, thank you for joining the stream, dude. Woohoo! Ah, the inauguration's just started. Cease. After 2 hours of just dicking around. Cease. Well, at least the music sounds more cheerful right now. I wonder if Hassan is having a meltdown right now. Well, who cares?
Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump.
Ew. Ew, look at Pedal Bill's face. Thanks, Locha. Yeah, look at Donnie Jr.'s face having to sit next to that troll. I don't blame him though. Oh my fudge.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindler, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Dun, 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 dun. Dang. Jeez. See, that guy looks like a frog. Silence. Damn, who's the hunchback? Dang, Cruella de Vil looks horrible now that she's aged. Here goes Elon thinking how many Indians is going to import, not knowing how long they'll set up the streets. That guy looks familiar. Dang. Allah Akbar. Anyway. Dang, apocalyptic Shadow's just kicking my ass. Jeez. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. If Jeffrey Epstein wasn't caught, you know damn well he'd be right here in this inauguration. Just saying. Stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing Oh America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus
God
and
dang.
America's tenor,
Fucking
Christopher
killed off
D.
Locha.
Macchio.
Who is this? And why does he have a tan? Oh, whatever. Okay. Well, I gotta say, Italian Steven Seagal sounds pretty okay.
I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be a new
Dang.
from your mountains grand and go through this land. You love you, people to me.
Stop. Who's playing the drums, really? Stop. Stop hurting low chat. Oh wow, overweight St. Huger can actually, he got some pipes on him, but whatever.
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
Jeez. Not much is happening, but whatever. Alright, so chat, let me tell you something. Oh, there goes Melania being escorted. Let's see. The Bible verse of the day, Romans chapter 12, verse 10. King James Version. Be kindly affectioned to one another with brotherly love, in honor preferring one another. Awkward silence. Damn, 3 hours, finally. Cease.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the two biggest losers of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
Hey, JD. Better not bring in any Indians, sir. Dang. Oh, hey Jelly Goose, welcome to the stream. Will they be showing off the vent reactor core today? Who knows? Who knows, dude? They better free those J6 prisoners. Cease.
Ladies and
Jeez.
gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural
boy.
Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Hey, Mr. President. Hey, Miss. Yay. Boop. Alright, come on, Herda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
I wonder if Aspen Gold is streaming this. Oh, whatever. Boop.
Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy.
We're a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence,
And we welcome their
Vice
tranny
President
wives,
Quayle
too.
and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment
Started by the
when leaders,
Freemasons.
elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive
Someone
to
who
uphold the
plagiarized
values
the
enshrined
speeches?
in our Constitution.
Fuck
the
MLK,
freedoms,
seriously.
the liberties, and as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm.
We're a constitutional republic.
There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government. 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us.
Yo, Moonies, use my HR code, and you'll be able to log in to Honkai Star Rail, and you can give me some jades.
Theirs.
You can
May
get some
God
free rolls,
bless
too.
our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness.
And this speech is too fucking long.
And prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure.
Hey, Hunter. Oh, you're finally home? Well, welcome home, dude.
Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by
Welcome
our
home,
claim
Hunter.
that in God we trust, gather indeed
Really,
this
did they have to
inauguration
pan
day
on
to pray.
Vivek's
For our
face?
President Donald J. Trump, his
Do not
family,
redeem.
his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president. For the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden. For our men and women in uniform. For each other whose hopes are stoked this new year,
Do
this
not redeem,
inauguration
sir.
day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom.
King
As he began
Solomon.
his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, The last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him.
Literal idol worship.
Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt.
Alright, folks, I'm in a Divergent
said,
universe.
Stand still,
I mean in Honkai
that I may
Star
reason
Rail,
with you
silly.
before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the
hey,
United
it's that
States.
guy.
Against all enemies,
Kavanaugh.
foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Okay, welcome JD Vance. Congratulations, I guess. Oh, wait a minute.
welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Woo! Congrats, Trump. Woohoo! Congrats. Woo! Launch the tanks. Woo! Launch the cannons. Woo! Dun, 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 dun. Woo! Our new president, folks. Woo! Yay, our new president. Alright, so Hunter, you said 4 more years of really funny social media. Yeah, I bet Blue Skies just having a huge meltdown. I wonder, are there any lefties protesting? Somewhere in Washington, D.C.? Oh, whatever. Damn it. Oh, hail, man. Oh, thank you for serving our country. That must be a vet. Dun, dun.
Christ was born across the sea.
Oh, hey, Smacklord. The man marches on. Yeah. Woo. Welcome, Trump. Welcome to the presidency.
As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on.
Sis. Woo! Way to go, Mr. President. Welcome, Mr. Trump. Yikes, look at the snozzes on them. Oy vey.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Woo! Yay. Woo! Alright, where's the little piggies at? Woohoo!
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
Yes. Woo!
Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free.
Oh, dang. Sorry.
America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair.
Bring on the border, Trump.
We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad.
Fix TikTok.
It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world.
Yes.
We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders.
Fuck Israel.
Refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer.
Yikes.
That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them.
Exactly.
All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
Yes. Hopefully. Woo!
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy,
Dang, legs falling
and
asleep.
indeed their freedom.
I'll be alright.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Yeah. Woo! Hopefully.
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Good use of the MAGA phrase.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity,
Legendary
and power
Hunter,
and
so
strength.
there are protests, it's just no
We
one
will
really
move
came.
with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
I don't know about
For
every
American
race and
citizens,
religion, dude.
January
Okay,
20th,
Trump.
2025 is Liberation Day.
Woo!
It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from
Let's just say I don't want to redeem.
Society,
Me
young and
neither.
old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust.
Oh, stop
that you
giving
have
them thanks,
shown
all
me
right?
with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor.
Fuck
this
him,
will be a
okay.
great honor.
He was
But in his
participating in
honor, we will
orgies, sit.
strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will
please
begin
don't
complete
initiate the
restoration
H-1B
of
visas.
America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Woo! Yeah. Woo! The border.
Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
Woo!
We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy.
Yeah.
I will end the practice of catch and release.
No more catch release. Woo!
And I will send troops to the southern border
to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Build a better wall. Woo!
Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Yeah. Woo!
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
Woo! Woo! Finally.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Woo! What, drill for oil?
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote.
So far, Trump, you're doing pretty good.
I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties,
ban the IRS,
it will be
please.
Massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Woo!
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
Woo! No more DEI, sweets.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Woo! No more trannies, sweets. BTFO, hang yourself, trannies.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
Woo! All right, Navy bros, congrats.
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
All right, cool.
I'm pleased
cool,
to
Trump.
say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
Woo! All right, cool.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many
William
of the great
McKinley.
things he did,
Was that
including
the
the
20th
Panama
president?
Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000
Two
lives
assassination attempts,
in
2
the
terms,
building
2
of the Panama
genders.
Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success.
Please solve illegal
We will
immigration.
not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Yo. That's pretty ambitious. But, well, in my opinion, space is kind of fake and gay anyway.
Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation.
Yeah.
Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
Hunter, you really believe space travel is important? Well, somewhat, but it's just that I've seen evidence of pictures of Mars or the moon being doctored, and I don't really trust NASA. Do you know NASA is the Hebrew word to deceive?
Never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom.
Woo!
They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward.
Yeah, we could get more
and let
energy
no
from other
obstacle defeat
planets.
their spirit or their pride.
Assuming those other planets are
Together
even
they
real
laid down the
and
railroads,
livable.
raised up the skyscrapers,
Hunter, do you really want to live
built
on Mars?
great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love.
Oh,
and we
you
love
want to
it
use
so
the
much.
planet's
We are one
resources?
people,
Well, that's a
one
good
family,
start.
and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism.
Woo, we hit the 4-hour
Our
mark.
power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
God bless America. Woo!
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Oh, beautiful. For spaces, guys. Is that Joe Biden? And Carrie Underwood looks so uncomfortable. Okay.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful
For spaces, skies, for amber waves. Dang it, why am I singing it too? For purple mountains, majesty above the America, God's grace is on me, and crown knighthood with brotherhood from sea to shining seas.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Oy vey.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet
Oh
Jeremiah
no, it's a chosen
walked the
night.
streets of
Oy vey.
Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem.
Oh my fudge.
Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels.
Oy vey, ignore the Palestinians.
So for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. The like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Can you bring in Christian to this podium?
47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today.
Oh my God, just trying to channel MLK. Just stop it.
President, so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing.
Oh my God, just trying to emulate MLK. Just stop.
Land of the pilgrim's pride from every mountainside.
Oh my God, just stop. Trying to sound like a preacher in MLK
We
too.
believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that. Let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Yo, come on,
Let freedom
dude.
ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last.
Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles,
Oh my fudge, that guy's wearing a Freemason sash.
that your everlasting
Or
love
Saul or
and
whatever.
wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Amen, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, it's the same guy. It's Fast St. Cougar. Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight, the land we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets were the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and our home of the Okay, all jokes aside, that guy was pretty good. I bet he's an opera singer, isn't he? And I know I need to work on my vocals.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Woo! Well, thanks for the video you sent me, Hunter. I actually have that video downloaded onto my computer, thanks to 4chan. Thanks to Trump, we now have the freedom to call people faggots and trannies. And niggers too. No more DEI, sweet. Let's see. That big guy, by the way, was the best actor of the whole thing. And Freedom Baby, I really hope he sticks to his word. Yeah, I hope Trump fulfills his promises, especially with the border. If America took over the Panama Canal, well, that would mean our trade routes would be more secure, right? Yeah, I just want to play my video games too. Wow, that flutist is really playing his instrument.
And we see President Trump along with First Lady Melania Trump exiting as the inauguration ceremony concludes inside the Capitol Rotunda. We see former President Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden right there behind the new couple, the new president, the new First Lady. Joining me to continue our coverage is my colleague Andrew Kraft, and we have been witnessing history in the making, Andrew, as Donald J. Trump, now the 47th president of the United States, the second time in history that a president has a second term that's non-consecutive. And we were seeing as well the political dynamic in play in real time inside this condensed area. I'd love to hear your thoughts as we continue to see everyone standing as we are now awaiting the departure ceremony for former President Biden and former Vice President Harris.
Yes, Stephanie, good to be with you. Good to be with everyone watching. Well, that is how we do it here in the United States. The peaceful transition of power. That is what we all have just watched, all have just observed here, and the political dynamics in play were palpable. Yes, this is a historic moment, and we should talk about some of the news that was made in the speech that President Trump now delivered. It lasted 30 minutes on the dot. His first inaugural was 17 minutes, so going a little longer. And this was a victory lap for President Trump there, delivering his remarks in a stinging rhetorical rebuke to the previous administration seated just behind him in President Biden and former Vice President Kamala Harris. And I just have to note that there.
I could just see the seed on Kamala's face. And I think Biden was crying a bit.
Smirking that was going on by former President Biden
it's
and
hilarious.
former Vice President Harris.
Welcome to Trump's second Reich.
So obvious having to listen to now President Trump deliver a litany of his perceived failures of the last 4 years. He said this: America's decline is over. And so I just thought the kind of
go away for a few minutes, so be right back.
Of that moment, of the rhetoric delivered by Trump, the body language of Biden and Harris, was just something we had to acknowledge. And I think a lot of people did acknowledge that. But some news was made, like I said, Stephanie, in that speech. This was somewhat of a campaign rally speech dressed up as an inaugural address. You heard there, if you watched the campaign last year and so many of his rally speeches, that he said what he was going to do. He said those campaign promises will become reality. And 2 national emergencies were declared, one there on the southern border, also one having to do with our energy independence as well. So it's not every day that in an inaugural address, the president declares 2, let alone 1, national disaster emergencies. He said he's shutting down the southern border completely. He's designating the Mexican drug cartels, he said, as foreign terror organizations. So this was a speech replete with news for those of us who cover the news. And I just thought it was really, really interesting. He started this off by saying the scales of justice will be rebalanced. He brought that up multiple times, an allusion to the lawfare that has been waged against him in the form of these 4 criminal indictments he faced in 4 separate jurisdictions. He noted there the alleged weaponization of the Department of Justice. And then he made it an edict in that speech that the national government, the U.S. government, will only recognize 2 genders, male and female. Of course, transgender issues were front and center during the campaign election season here. So I just thought those were some of the notes that I jotted down during this speech. It was full of news, but it was also Trump making good, or at least saying he will make good, on those campaign promises he made at rally speech after rally speech after rally speech.
Yes, and, you know, it's interesting to note, Andrew, that, you know, what he was sharing is news, but not surprising news. He has been, you know, making these promises to the American public, you know, time and time again. And so, you know, something that I, you know, wrote down myself was, quote, America's decline is over. And you're right, it did sound like one of those campaign rallies that he has held so many times.
All right, Moonies, I'm back.
That he intends to keep for the American people. In fact, and we've been talking about this, signing the executive orders in just a matter of hours, 200 right now or so. It's going to be a very busy day, but absolutely interesting to see all of that right here as we continue to take a live look here inside the Capitol Rotunda as people are now exiting.
All right, so people are leaving.
And so we also also seeing
I
the
gotta
outside
say,
as well, as we do know that there is going to
well,
be a
the
farewell
inauguration was a
ceremony,
bit drawn out for too long. I mean, almost
Biden and Harris,
like what,
now the
almost 2
former
hours of watching
president
cars pass by and
former
everyone
vice
enter
president.
in.
But you know, you were mentioning
But
the
Trump's
social
speech was really
dynamics
convincing,
of all of this, Andrew. And it was
and I hope
interesting
he
because I was keeping a very
follows up on
close
his
eye
promises.
on the facial
We need a
expressions
border.
and the demeanor.
We
Of
need
course,
the
everyone
DEI
in
to be
this room,
gone.
you know, extremely
We need
professional. But there
America
were
to restore its
moments when
former
you
glory.
saw that perhaps the political
And I
facade
hope for the best for the
slip
future.
as President Trump was talking
So,
and
so
sharing
chat, do you
his
have any last
thoughts
comments
on
before
where
I end the
America
stream?
stands and where he wants to bring it to in the next 4 years. And you know, you were
Anything you want to say,
mentioning the
chat?
smirks
Any comments?
that we were seeing. We were also, you know,
All right
noticing
then.
who is
Well,
standing
I'm
and who
Moonlight
is not
Kun.
standing
Follow us on
for
our
the
main
standing
channel, Moonlight
ovations
Artists.
as President Trump was outlining his vision for the next 4 years. So something, no doubt, that we are going to be discussing in the coming hours.
Yeah,
and in the
Hunter.
coming
Got
days,
anything to
as
say?
it does
Chat,
look
is there
like
anything else you want to
this is
say
going to
before I end
be
the stream?
at least the very start
Anyway,
of the farewell
follow our
ceremony
socials
right here.
on our
This is
All
the
My Links
departure
program,
ceremony,
All My Links
for
page,
former President
and Linktree
Biden
page.
and Vice President Harris. And
also,
so we're going to listen.
don't worry, this VOD
and
will
see what
be
we can
on one
hear.
of our bonus channels called Moonlight Live, straight on YouTube. So, any comments? Last chance, final call, chat. Come on. And what is up? And what is up with the footage? I'll set up, Ralphie. Trump win. Cope seated mouth. Dang, what is up with the stream? Come on, Twitch, jeez. Alright, let me check the stream for a bit. Let's see. There goes Biden. I don't think he has any awareness of where he is. Alright, Twitch is okay. And let's see. Come on, Kit. Okay. Alright, sweet. Awesome. Alright, folks. I'm Moonlight Kun. And see you on the other side of the moon. Bye, niggers.